like I was telling the crowd, we have everybody. We have everybody here covering, and we have like thousands and thousands of media. Y'all have a nice spot over there. I have to say that y'all have a real nice spot over there.
Yeah, so Young Turks, you're right, is the largest online news show.
It's nice.
And so YouTube got us a great spot in the middle there. And we're doing a regular show 6 to 8 p.m., youtube.com/TYT for the Young Turks. And then 8 to 11, we're doing play-by-play coverage. So myself, I'm Cenk, and then Ben Mankiewicz and Anna Kasparian and John Iadarola, all those guys. So, yeah, we love it. And then we also do a Reporters Roundtable by the Twitter wall. So we're all over this convention. Love it.
We are live right now on YouTube, actually. And
okay.
Yep.
Wait a minute. Now, if you got a camera, I like the camera. I got to turn to the camera. You didn't tell me you had a camera. I got to put my pretty face on there.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go. What do you think of the convention so far that you have seen? What, in the last 36 hours?
Usual madness, but actually a little bit more than the usual. To be honest, I'm progressive. I'm super open-minded on a lot of issues, and I'm used to be a Republican myself, but I think the Republican Party's gone nuts, and I think last night was not a good face to put forward.
So, are you supporting Hillary? Because the way I watched it, you are a Bernie guy.
Yes,
I watched that. I mean, and I know that.
No, you watched
point blank.
You're right. Yeah, point blank.
But does that mean that you would switch since Bernie said he's going? He endorsed Hillary. Does that mean you are endorsing Hillary now?
No. So there is a difference between endorsing Hillary and not voting for her. No, I'm not endorsing Hillary Clinton. She's an establishment candidate. She's the no change candidate. I know all that. And I know that she's going to take over $1 billion in donor money. And will $1 billion influence someone? Of course it's going to influence her. Of course. So I understand all that. But at the end of the day, I'm going to make a decision based on what are the circumstances on Election Day. Has Gary Johnson put a dent in it? What is Gary Johnson's position on money in politics? Has Jill Stein, does she have a real chance? Am I in a swing state? And I'm going to make a decision based on that. They say, you shouldn't vote for Hillary Clinton because that's the lesser of two evils, which I say, yes, that the lesser of two evils is evil, but it's still the lesser of the two evils and not the greater of the two evils.
I got to ask you this question. We're going to disagree on politics and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm more of a libertarian type guy, but my question is this. How do you go from Bernie Sanders, who is a self-declared Democratic socialist, but to potentially supporting a libertarian? You know what I mean? Because it seems to be on fairly far apart on the spectrum. Obviously, social type stuff you'd agree upon, but...
So, no, you're right about that, and the chance of that is very low. Sure. Even though progressives and libertarians actually agree on at least a third of the issues, and very important issues, against wars, and for freedom in terms of marijuana, for example, the war on drugs, criminal justice reform. These are giant issues that we agree on. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to agree to more money in politics. I want no money in politics. And at the end of the day, I'm not going to agree to lower taxes on the rich. I think that our effective tax rate is among the lowest in the world, and it's just a bad idea.
And before I let somebody else jump in, Ram, you're Turkish, correct? Or
yes.
What did you think about what happened over there in that coup?
The coup in Turkey? Yeah, that was a debacle. Look,
do you think the president was behind it? Because so many people are saying that he was behind it just to get to the imam that was in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so that is a popular theory in Turkey. I don't ascribe to it. I think that, look, I don't agree with the president of Turkey. He is right-wing. He's fundamentalist. He's like the Christian right version of Turkey. So he's the Muslim right.
I call him the imam in a suit.
Yeah, and there's a lot of truth to that. And so I'm secular. I'm progressive. So I'm not going to agree policy-wise with a guy like that. And historically, coups in Turkey have been to restore secular democracy, not to undermine it, which is very unusual. It's a unique case in the world. But this was not a coup like that. This was a disorganized coup that was factional. It was not the entire military. And I think that the leading theory is that Erdogan was going to go get these guys because they have political disagreements, and he was going to arrest or fire them. And this was a preemptive strike. Okay. Well, if you're going to come to get us, we're going to come to get you. But they botched it because they got word of Erdogan coming to get them late. They reacted late. And then once the civilians were on the tanks, it was over.
I think I heard last night that he even arrested or fired 2,400 teachers or things of this nature, not even in the military. But let me bring it back to Hillary Clinton, if I may. Thanks for coming on the program.
Oh, no problem.
Does it bother you that the potential exists, pretty big potential, with the Clinton Foundation and foreign money, large sums of foreign money coming into their coffers, that we could actually have influence at the very top from foreign governments? Does that
bothers
alarm bells out?
It bothers me greatly, and
that means that you would think that if that's the case, the only person that really can stop that right now is probably Donald Trump, right?
No. So
right now,
no, I hear you. I am not going to vote for Donald Trump. I'm not going to vote for Donald Trump under any circumstance, and I'll tell you why in a sec. But that doesn't mean that I love Hillary Clinton or I even like her or support her. If I think Donald Trump is the greater of two evils. Okay, so I'll get to that in a second. But just to finish the thought, there, you're right to be concerned. The Clinton Foundation took a heap of money from a lot of foreign donors, and then there's a good case to be made that the State Department looked favorably upon those countries. That is so problematic. That's why she should have never been the Democratic candidate. They put up a wounded deer there, and so if you're a progressive, you're pulling your hair out going, why did you send this person with all these problems as your candidate? But it's too late. She is the candidate, and we're going to have to make decisions based on that. Why is Trump the greater of two evils? Look, as a progressive, I want to expand the circle of liberty and opportunity. And Donald Trump wants to build up walls around liberty and opportunity the way I see it.
To keep out illegal immigrants.
So let me tell you something. I'm a legal immigrant. If anyone should be mad at illegal immigrants, it should be me, because we waited our turn.
There are a lot.
That's right. And so we waited our turn. I had a Jamaican girlfriend who waited her turn so long, did it the right way, that she gave up and went back to Jamaica. So, frustrated at illegal immigrants who are not waiting their turn. That being said, they're human. And I look at them and I see tired faces who are busting their ass, trying to get money to their kids or bring them over here to get opportunity. So now that doesn't mean that we should open up our borders. You got to follow the laws. We all agree to that. But it does mean you have some degree of compassion, and don't talk about them as criminals and rapists, because in reality, the overwhelming majority of them work so damn hard, and they do it for their families just like Americans do.
Well, I tell you this, in the way of where I am right now, because I have talked to Mr. Trump, I've interviewed him a couple times, spent time in the military, as patriotic as anybody can be. Grew up in a system where we said our prayers when we were in school. We said the Pledge of Allegiance when we were in school. We loved the country. So when our mindset was the melting pot. Yes, we want people to come here. We want people to express themselves freely. But we do have a system. Other countries have a system. We have a system. We have laws. They have laws. So when people come over here and they don't want to follow the laws, either you put them in jail. Now, if they come over here illegally and they stay and then they start reaping some of the benefits and stuff, you have to have a stopgap for that unless they decide that they want to be legal. And if that's the case, then they have to go through the system to be legal, just like everybody else.
So let me try to quickly address two quick things: the immigration and the patriotism. So on the immigration front, you'd be surprised at how draconian I will be if we get a real deal. So if we get a deal for a pathway to legal immigration, then I would say one strike and you're out. If you come in and you don't do it by the law, we're going to remove you and you can't come back into the country. So don't do it. You got to. If we set up a pathway. So why do I want a pathway? Look, remember in the old days we had indentured servitude, and that was 7 years. If you put in your hard work, then you got to actually stay. And
My family in France was indentured until they came to the United States and came up through Louisiana and got put back into regular slavery. But they were indentured.
That's right.
Worked for their freedom and came. Yes.
Yes. So now in the latest reform bill, there's a pathway that was 14 years, double of what indentured servitude was. If you have worked that hard to become an American, then you earned it. And I got no problem with that. Then you waited in line. Are you kidding me? You worked in line for 14 years. You earned it. I want you to be able to earn it for your kids. Those are going to be the hardest working people in the country. I want those guys in here. So, but we've got to set up a pathway. Because right now, you know why they're doing it? It's for corporate profits. If you do
absolutely. You're absolutely right. The Republicans are causing half of it. But we used to have a thing, assimilation. You used to have to drop any sovereign country that you used to live in, and you had to accept the American way. And now when you look out in Los Angeles, you have La Raza, you have Mexican flags flying higher than American flags. You've got an actual hatred for the American flag.
I really disagree. Let me tell you why.
I've seen it.
No, you also see the Irish flags on the Irish pubs, but you don't have the same visceral reaction.
But everyone in that it's a different thing. I mean, the people that are in La Raza are almost anti-American. Never in an Irish pub will you see that.
No. So you would have seen it in an Irish pub when they used to have the sign saying no Irish allowed. So back then, when they were oppressing the Irish, it was a natural reaction to just be like, well, I don't like that, right? So they just put up a sign saying they don't like me. How am I supposed to like them? So I think there's a natural reaction by some minorities in the country here saying, hey, take it easy. Right, so if you're going to push on me, I'm going to push back a little bit. That doesn't mean they don't love America. They're here because they're here for opportunity, and they believe in the dream. They believe in the dream, but they're pushing back a little bit, and I know that makes you uncomfortable.
Make America Mexico again.
Well, I tell you what, though, I do want to continue this on a longer version.
I would too.
And I would like to have you on our show, on a regular radio show, so that we can spend some time and maybe even have some callers to call in and see and talk to you and get a conversation going.
Yeah, absolutely. So a parting thought is you mentioned patriotism. Look, guys, don't get taken in by Donald Trump. The guy got how many deferments? 3 or 4 deferments out of Vietnam. He had a chance to be patriotic. You know what he said? He said avoiding venereal disease was his own personal Vietnam because he was having so much sex while going to those fancy parties powered by his daddy's money while other kids were dying in Vietnam. So just temper your expectations on the guy's patriotism. It's sometimes he buys it. He didn't earn it. I'm just keeping it real on that front. But I enjoyed this conversation. I would like to do a longer version of it because as you can see, we actually agree on a lot of things. And I think that there's a way that if we get past the Republican politicians and Democratic politicians, that we probably can agree on, I don't know if I'm being overly optimistic, but maybe even 80% of stuff.
Oh, we're Americans, ultimately, right?
That's right.
I mean, even that's what I've always talked about compared to some of the other, let's look at Sri Lanka in the Middle East, something like that. The left, right, anybody in this nation, you're going to find no one who's going to come close to wanting to have that type of thing. So we're a lot closer. I know it seems like we're divided, but we're a lot closer in this than people think.
All right, thank you guys, and everybody check out youtube.com/TYT.
We're gonna have him back, and we are most definitely gonna talk and conversate.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the Wayne Dupree Show live here at the GOP convention, and we are Cambry Nelson has been putting up people's pictures and stuff. Cam, what do you got going on? Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand. Please understand. Look. Well, actually, no. I'm not going to plead. I'm telling you. We have to bring everybody in. We have to bring everybody in, and we have to talk to them because sometimes you have to throw the gambit at these people. Hutch? sometimes.
I mean, listen, too, and again, that was a very civil conversation
It was
we had
civil.
about very real issues, right? And again, this is what we need to do in America. We can't get in screaming matches at each other because there are real things on the line, and the right's not going to be right about everything 100% of the time, and the left's not going to be right about everything.
And he
100%
isn't
of the
right
time.
about a whole lot of stuff.
No, I agree with you. I think he's wrong on a lot of stuff. But that being said, we had a conversation
Yeah, it
on
was
it.
still,
We can battle
it was still
back
good
and
to
forth,
open
right?
it up. I mean,
Sure.
he didn't actually describe progressivism as what it is.
I
He
agree.
prescribed it as
I agree.
liberty and some other.
He described it as libertarianism, is how he described it. Opening horizons, opportunity, and freedoms. And I was sitting there saying, I'm not sure if my freedom to force to buy health care or get taxed is much of a freedom, but I agree with you. That was an interesting
That was the first thing I caught, and I figured it wasn't worth.
It was the 1960s definition of liberal. But we just had breaking news now that the Kansas officer who was shot was now is pronounced dead. So
That's a shame. Rest in peace.
yeah, rest in peace. And
Prayers to the family, all the families that have been just devastated the last couple of weeks. It's something that you don't know how it feels, and I can't tell you I know how it feels.
And all those families of police officers out there who, current police officers who are out there as well. I mean, we're thinking about you. We're praying for you guys because
Absolutely.
we know every day that your husband or your wife or your mom or your dad goes out that you never know if they're going to come back that evening. And that's a tough life to live through, and that we're all here for you. If you need somebody to talk to, look us up on social media, whatever it is. We'll be there for you. And we're praying for you. We're thinking about you because...
Now, I'm only speculating here, but I think that the people at this convention, the people that are actually participating, are all doing right by the police because I told one thank you today, and he looked at me and told me thank you like he's done it a million times.
That's what.
So that's a good thing.
I told a Secret Service agent on the bus yesterday that was transporting us. I said, thank you. He said, well, thank you. And I was like, well, okay.
It's like he probably has heard it 1,000 times, and that's a good thing.
Yeah,
that reflects well on our group and the people that we've decided to stand with.
Now let's go to Philadelphia and see how many things they...
Philadelphia's going to be great. I wonder if RSBN's going to have a camera there. It's going to be without me.
Philadelphia, they're going to spit on a cop, and the cop's going to go, thank you.
Yeah.
That's about
Well, I did hear a thing. Their mayor, or maybe it was a police commander, determined that they're not going to wear any riot gear at all.
Really?
So, I don't know. These police aren't wearing riot gear either, but some of them are wearing tactical gear.
Yeah. Secret Service guys, big time stuff.
No, the actual uniform.
Oh, well, sure.
But the what we saw yesterday, when we were leaving, when we were getting transported back, we saw several uniformed officers patrolling at the squad level with 10 officers in each group, and there was
20 feet apart too.
There was a battalion worth of them.
Sure,
I mean,
there was
a lot of them out there, and they're not getting ambushed.
They're 10 person each group, and they're each about probably 30 feet apart, if that, walking down the streets here.
Yeah.
So talk about safety. I feel safe here. So shout out to Cleveland Police, everybody who's here, Secret Service, all you guys, you're great.
And I still see some of the people are not angry. They're not angry about the Turk guy. Hey, guess what?
What are they talking about?
Oh, they don't like him. They don't like him.
Yeah, you don't like us either.
He didn't like you guys?
No. The group, our group, they don't like him.
He's big on YouTube.
Oh yeah, real big. Real big.
Hey, but he sat down. I know that's the thing is that we may not like everybody, but
We had a good talk.
you got to have them sit down whether you agree or disagree. Because honestly, it'll be boring if everything is just pro all the time. You got to have both sides, or you ain't gonna know what you're dealing with.
And I hate his show. I think his show's awful. It's
I
left-wing.
don't even watch his show.
I'll watch clips sometimes, but it's left-wing propaganda, and I'll say that.
Yeah.
But that being said, I don't think he's an awful human being. He seemed to be a nice guy. So I want to throw that out there, that we might have political differences, but he seemed to be a nice guy. He was very courteous, all kinds of things.
And on top of that, any other time, he would not have even probably joined our show.
Yeah, by the way, I respect a guy. I respect him for, that's what I was going to say, for just saying right side broadcasting behind us and saying, yeah, sure.
If you bring that Roland dude over here, I'm rolling out.
Roland Martin?
Yeah, I don't want to talk to Roland.
Roland Martin blocked me a while ago, so
he likes to call
not.
names and things like that.
He's not coming over here. Believe me, he's not coming over here. He doesn't want to do it because
they got a nice set too.
yeah, but voices will be raised, if Roland Martin comes over here.
That makes for great radio.
It makes.
I'll say it in the words of an old philosopher. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the Wayne Dupree Show here at the GOP Convention 2016. Somebody's just brought some food. Where should she get that food?
No, there's
from?
food downstairs. We need to go
Downstairs.
Oh, there's tons of food, dude. There's tons of food downstairs. Rock and roll bands. There's a party outside, right out to the left. Barbecue. They got some barbecue.
Do you hear she's talking about it, but she didn't bring nothing back, does she?
I didn't go downstairs.
How you know it's done?
Hey, I'm working on who I'm working on right around the corner, and if we get that, trust me, Right Side Broadcasting Network viewers are going to go crazy.
You're going to go crazy.
If I can get these two over here to the table,
You're going to go crazy.
We might even make it up to you for having Shank on.
I'm texting one of the guys right now, so I'm going to make sure I get him over here.
I never knew how to say it.
I couldn't even say his name. I was like, yeah, the guy from Church.
I'm back behind the camera looking at Wayne going, I'm going to get this person over here. He's like, hey.
So, yeah, we're at the Republican National Convention.
Got my flower.
Make America straight again.
Just trying to make America straight again.
Humiliate that. Oh, and for all of you that did see First Sergeant Al.
You got to check that shirt out behind me.
Baldessaro. with
my flower.
With what Al Baldessaro. I will not tell him that I was in the Air Force.
It's actually the state of Maryland's flag, isn't it, Wayne?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I don't even do that. I don't even do that.
Me either.
I don't do that. Especially as it is the Republic.
Right.
You know.
I live in the Republic of California.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
I live in the People's Republic of Bloomington, Indiana.
But I'm from Dallas, Texas, so what am I? I'm from my own country,
I'm
right?
from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, ladies and gentlemen, where my congressional representative announced today that there's going to be a fight on the Roberto Clemente Bridge, formerly the 6th Street Bridge or 7th Street, one of them. And it's going to be between some Western Pennsylvania amateur boxers and amateur boxers from Cuba.
Cuba. Where is Cuba?
Cuba.
Cuba with an R?
Like Havana, Cuba.
With an R.
That's how the Kennedys say it.
Okay.
You're a little young.
Hey, I don't know. I'm from Indiana. We have corn.
But so we're going to have
no eggs.
Corn and basketball.
But no egg.
I hate you.
The communists are coming to Pittsburgh.
No eggs.
No eggs.
I like eggs.
I want to point out that Cambry Nelson said for the past month and a half that she was going to make food. And in the first 2 days here, I have gotten absolutely nothing from her. I have made eggs that Wayne complained about on air about 7 times. I made bacon. Dan
But
made
what did I
breakfast.
say this morning? I didn't expect it. Last night was weird. I was going to lay down and go to bed, and then
And
the
all of
movie,
you-
The Office came on, and then I was cleaning up, and then I ended up eating Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
I want to point
at
out
midnight.
I did too.
And all
Yes.
of you, and all of you that gave me up to Cole McNeely, we got to talk because
Mom, he's going to talk to you.
I would
That's what
think
he's saying.
I would
Watch out, Mom.
I would-
Wayne's coming for
My
you.
mother's watching because she's like, wave at me. She goes, I saw your wave. Mom, they love you. You've already adopted them into the family. So,
Damn, you're the best.
see, I'm going to get a text message in just a second.
Yep. Hey Hutch, you want to get some water? Were you? I was just checking.
Yeah.
All right.
I was.
Somebody, this guy right here, he must be
Nice little
something
pause
of
to ask for
importance.
some
You
water.
like that?
Hey, is this the news guy behind me? Maybe not. When you
Yeah,
see big cameras, you never know.
Bernstein
Bernstein.
from Woodward and Bernstein for
Bernst-
Nixon days.
Bernstein Bears.
Yeah.
Well, I must say, while Dinesh D'Souza was interviewing
cool,
with
ain't
you
he?
guys, he's a great guy, and I was talking with his wife Dixie while Dinesh was on, and we were discussing this whole situation with, having to have their head on a swivel, if you want to call it, with his movie coming out and possible ramifications from that. And we were joking around how she said that she can't even really, she's a gun owner and she can't really carry her gun because they have residences in Texas and California. Mm-hmm. And you know how California is. Mm-hmm. So she can't take her gun out of California. And so it's a whole, she's.
Oh, yeah, you
can. You can, but depending on where you're going. She said we were joking about how she said Trump's got to get in there. Trump's got to get in there because if Clinton gets in, she doesn't know what's going to happen. And I said, wow, she may throw your husband back in jail. Clinton ends up being president.
No. I hope you didn't say that to her.
What happened?
I hope you didn't say that to her.
No, she said it to me.
Oh, I was like, oh my gosh.
All right, I'm out.
No. You sit down. No, you. Did you see that?
Which one?
Did I miss something?
I didn't spit. I didn't see that.
He spit while he was talking.
He spit?
I was like, oh. Wait, stop.
Mama said she wished she was here cooking for all y'all.
Oh.
I wish your daughter would too.
Oh.
Throw it out there.
Mic drop. You
I
just,
didn't want to do it too hard.
dude, that was like the wimpiest. Dude, you want to see me some mic drop?
No, because it'll break. My mic already is quiet.
I say I'm going to do a mic drop, but they're like, no, dude, don't do it, Cam. They're like,
Well, it won't fall that far, so it's basically just being like a...
Please welcome back Republican National Committee Chair, Reince Priebus.
Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third session of the 2016 Republican National Convention. The convention will come to order. Tonight, our colors will be presented by our men and women in blue. Please welcome the color guard from the Cleveland Police Department who are helping protect us tonight.
Photographer's got to be down.
Detail, halt, left face.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, the national anthem, and the invocation. Representing countries from around the world, please welcome the patriotic nationality ambassadors who will lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance.
Arms.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, please welcome lifelong Browns fan Dan Polk, who will sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please welcome the former chair of the Republican Party of San Francisco, Harmeet Dillon, to lead the invocation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is an honor as a Sikh American and the Vice Chair of the California Republican Party to share a prayer from my faith tradition, Sikhism, the fifth largest religion in the world. Ardas is a Sikh prayer appealing to the one God above for protection and guidance, a reminder to uphold the Sikh and American values of humility, truth, courage, service, justice for all, and gratitude for all that our Creator has given to us. A Sikh always covers her head when offering this prayer. तू ठाकर तुम पे अरदास जियो पिंड सब तेरी रास तुम मात पिता हम बारक तेरे तुमरी कृपा में सुख कनेरे कोई न जाने तुमरा अंत ऊंचे ते ऊंचा भगवंत सगल समगरी तुमरे सूतर धारी तुम ते होए सो आज्ञाकारी तुमरी गत मित तुम ही जानी नानक दास सदा कुर्बानी. Dear Waheguru, please bless these delegates from all over this great nation you have created with the integrity to perform faithfully our sworn duty to nominate leaders to take America in the right direction. Please protect us from evil and create prosperity for all Americans. Waheguruji, please give us the courage to make the right choices, to make common cause with those with whom we may disagree, for the greater good of our nation. Waheguruji, forgive us our shortcomings, our oversights, and the times when we may fall short of fulfilling the roles that you have chosen for us. Nanak naam chardi kala tere paane sarbat tapala, which means, through our prophets, teachers, and spiritual guides, may your name forever grow, God, and may your spirit be exalted, and may all humanity prosper by your grace. Thank you.
Please remain standing while the colors are retired.
Detail, right face. Forward, up.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to our Speaker of the House of Representatives and the Permanent Chair of the Convention, Paul Ryan of Wisconsin.
Hey, everybody. Hey, Wisconsin. Hello, everyone. It is an honor to be here. Before we begin, I would like to remind the delegates of the provisions of the rules which require that each candidate for nomination for President of the United States demonstrate sufficient support prior to the presentation of the name of the candidate for nomination. The chair wishes to inform the delegates at this time that it has been furnished in a timely manner with evidence of sufficient support of the candidates who will be presented for President and Vice President of the United States in compliance with the rules of the convention. Also, as prescribed under the rules, the total time for nominating speeches and seconding speeches for any candidate for President or Vice President shall not exceed 15 minutes. It has also been custom at past conventions to permit the chair to recognize non-delegates for the purpose of making nominating speeches and seconding speeches. Without objection, the reading of the roll call for states presenting the names for candidates for nomination is dispensed with, and non-delegates shall be permitted to make nominating and seconding speeches. The chair now recognizes the Senator from Alabama, Jeff Sessions, for the purpose of nominating. Please give him a warm welcome.
Mr. Speaker, Americans love our country like no other people on earth. But we have gotten off course, and the American people know it. Our political system is not working. We operate like the trench warfare battles of World War I, where hundreds of thousands die, but no ground is gained. Good Americans will stand for this no longer. They want the political games, the posturing, and the showboats to end. They want their country on the right track again. Median incomes have declined. Terrorist attacks are increasing. Respect for America has fallen. Crime is rising. And the president, he blames the police. The president does not lead. Congress is deadlocked. The political, corporate, and media establishments, they say, calm down. Don't overreact. Don't be politically incorrect. Unstated is a threat. If you persist in your complaints, we will attack you. But this time it's different. One man, Donald Trump, was not intimidated. He would not be silenced. He spoke the truth. He gave voice to the people's concerns. He said that the hyped trade deals have hurt America and her people, that our border must be secure, that our nation must be strong, that we must defeat the terrorists who threaten us, that we must restore law and order and support our courageous law enforcement officers. The American voters heard this message, and they rewarded his courage and his leadership with a huge victory in our primaries. He One talented, fine candidate after another. Momentum continued to grow. A movement started. Democrats and independents responded. He received far more primary votes than any Republican candidate in history. Let me tell you about the Donald Trump I've come to know. He has a wonderful family, which he loves intensely. In his personal relations, he is unfailingly courteous and generous, and he's positive by nature. He has tremendous energy and strength. He is a warrior and a winner. He loves his country and is determined to see it be a winner again. I have been proud of this party and its principles since I was a teenager. It is not given to us to know the future. I certainly don't. But I came to believe some months ago that Donald Trump is the singular leader that can get this country back on track. He has the strength, the courage, and will to get it done. He and the American people share a common goal, and together we will make America great again. Mr. Speaker, it is my distinct honor and great pleasure to nominate Donald J. Trump for the office of President of the United States of America. Thank you, and God bless.
Off to a good start. All right. The chair now recognizes the delegate and congressman from the state of New York, Representative Chris Collins.
Thank you, my fellow New Yorkers. Speaker Ryan, thank you for your introduction. Thank you for your leadership and willingness to put forth policies that will truly make America great again. As the first member of Congress to endorse Donald Trump, I also want to thank Senator Sessions, who has stood with me from the beginning in support of Donald Trump. I proudly represent Western New York, which has been devastated by unfair trade deals, allowing countries like China and Mexico to steal our jobs, robbing our children of the opportunity to live the American dream. The stakes in this election cannot be overstated. We will either make America great again, or we will travel down a path to a third Obama term. Under Barack Obama, we have been losing. The federal government tramples on our rights. Our allies can no longer depend on us. Our enemies defy us. Our country has no borders, and China and Mexico continue to steal our jobs. Enough is enough. It's time to take back our country, the great United States of America. President Trump is going to build a wall and secure our borders. President Trump is going to defeat terrorism and make our country safe again. President Trump is going to bring back our stolen jobs. We in Western New York know Donald Trump is not merely a candidate. Donald Trump is a movement. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I have the honor of seconding the nomination of Donald J. Trump as the next President of the United States of America. You got it. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the delegate from South Carolina, Lieutenant Governor Henry McMaster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hello, delegates. Isn't this wonderful? I am so happy to be here with you. I asked Peggy, my wife, if she had ever in her wildest dreams seen me standing here nominating Donald Trump for president. And Peggy said, and I quote, "I hate to tell you, but I've never seen you in any of my wildest dreams." Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a dream. This is the real thing. And it's deadly serious. We got a lot of work to do. They tell me that I was the first elected official to endorse Donald Trump in the country. And it was lonely for a while. But no more. So it is with greatest pride and happiness that I second his nomination for President of the United States of America. Yes. On December 7th, 1941, after the withering attack on Pearl Harbor, Admiral Yamamoto said, and I quote, "I feel all we have done is to awaken a sleeping giant and fill him with a terrible resolve." Well, ladies and gentlemen, he was right. And for many years, the might, goodness, and resolve of America made the world a better place. But today, the current administration has abandoned what little confidence they ever had in our Constitution and our country. And the world has lost confidence in us. The inevitable consequence? Weakness, decline, and ultimately chaos and oblivion. We feel an eerie unease in C.S. Lewis's haunting words of men without chests. But ladies and gentlemen, that is about to change. It's about to change because finally, after 8 years of incompetence, arrogance, and disrespect for the rule of law. The American people have had enough. I've had enough. You've had enough. We've all had enough. And it's time to act. And we're going to act. The sleeping giant of the American spirit has been awakened and is sounding the tocsin to make America great again. Let me tell you what I know. Donald Trump is a remarkable man. He is a man of uncommon strength, uncommon determination, accomplishment, and vision. He may be the only man perfectly equipped to win the ferocious battle ahead. Perhaps you have not seen Donald Trump with the people, as I have, thousands of them, at the rallies, sometimes in waiting in line 8 hours, 10 hours, for the chance just to get inside the building to see the man. I have never seen anything like it. Perhaps you've not heard the people, the men, the women, the old and the young, crying, "We love you, Donald," and him answering, "I love you too," as he autographs every book, photograph, cap, and T-shirt thrust his way, all the while smiling and posing for countless photographs. You must have glimpsed this tenderness last night with Melania. We know this man loves his family, and he is walking away from a business enterprise many can hardly imagine, because he loves his country and he wants to go to work for us. Yes, we are awakened, and we are filled with a furious resolve to fight and to win for our children and their children and their children and for the world. Finally, to paraphrase one of the poets of our time, Buffalo Springfield, there's something happening here. What it is precisely clear. We are going to make America great again with Donald Trump. Thank you, and God bless you.
As required by Rule 37 of our convention rules, during the roll call, the states will be called in alphabetical order. Any delegation may pass when its name is called. Without objection, the state of New York may cast its votes out of order. That's not an objection, for the record. During the roll call, the chairs of each respective delegation or their designee will announce the vote of each state. During the roll call of the states, the Secretary will announce each state, its total number of available votes, and the number of votes bound to each candidate. As required by Rule 37C, no delegation will be recognized to change its votes until all delegations who have passed have been given a second opportunity to vote. Additionally, the chair would like to remind all delegates that the Secretary is required under the rules of the convention to announce and record delegates' votes in accordance with their obligations under Rule 16 of the convention rules, state law, or state party rule to reflect the voter's preference in each state. The official results from each state are those announced by the Secretary. The chair wishes to announce that if a delegate requests a poll be taken of their delegation under Rule 37, the Secretary will send representatives of the convention to supervise the polling of the delegation. After the poll is completed, the results will be delivered to the Secretary, and the Secretary shall announce the result at the end of the roll call of states in accordance with the rules. Shh. Shh. Yes. Lastly, I wish to remind our delegates, our alternates, and guests that maintaining order during the roll call is extremely important. If the convention is not in order, it is difficult for the Secretary or the presiding officer to hear the vote announcement or otherwise acknowledge delegates seeking recognition. To conduct the roll call of states, I am pleased to introduce at this time our distinguished Secretary of the Convention, Susie Hudson, and Assistant Secretary Jeff Kent.
Delegates and alternates, let us commence the call of the roll of the states. Alabama, 50 delegates with the following bound delegates: 36 Trump, 13 Cruz, 1 Rubio.
Mr. Speaker, the great state of Alabama, the home of national champion football teams, Alabama and Auburn, the home of the Saturn V rocket that took us to the moon, the place where we had two of the greatest Trump rallies in the nation's history, Mobile and Huntsville, is proud to cast its votes. 1 vote for Marco Rubio, 13 votes for Ted Cruz, 36 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Alabama, 36 votes Trump, 13 votes Cruz, 1 vote Rubio.
Alaska, 28 delegates with the following bound delegates: 28 Trump,
Alaska, we proudly vote exactly the way the people of Alaska voted. 12 votes for Cruz, 11 votes for Trump, 5 votes for Marco Rubio. The great state of Alaska reports exactly as our people voted, and we support the nominee of this party, Donald J. Trump. Alaska, the largest state in the Union, Alaska, more coastline than the rest of the continental United States, where energy, the Arctic, fishing, tourism, the great land and last frontier, God bless Alaska. Thank you.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Alaska, 28 votes Trump.
American Samoa,
Mr. Chairman.
9 delegates.
Mr. Chairman, Talofa. And hello, world. Hello, America. The territory of American Samoa in the southernmost reaches of U.S. soil. The greatest exporter of NFL players. Okay. The whole kit and caboodle, all 9 delegates to the future, immediate future, President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Thank you. There you go.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, America, Samoa, 9 votes, Trump.
Arizona, 58 delegates with the following bound delegates. 58 Trump.
Madam Secretary, my name is Robert Graham, Chairman of the Arizona Republican Party. I'm reporting and happy to announce from the hottest state in the country for job growth, Arizona delivers 58 bound votes to the nominee, Donald J. Trump, the next President of the United States of America.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Arizona, 58 votes, Trump.
Arkansas, 40 delegates with the following bound delegates. 16 Trump.
Arkansas, land of opportunity and birthplace of Johnny Cash and Al Green. We're open for business and growing jobs and manufacturing and high tech. And Republicans control every statewide office, the legislature, and the entire congressional delegation. Unemployment is at its lowest in history. We got the best duck hunting on earth. We're #1 in rice production. We raise delicious catfish. We cast our lines for world-class trout. We cast 40 votes, 15 votes for Ted Cruz, and 25 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Arkansas, 25 votes Trump, 15 votes Cruz.
California, 172 delegates with the following bound delegates. 172 Trump.
Shirley, you're going.
We want Trump! We want Trump! We want Trump!
Hold it down, California!
Mr. Chairman! We want Trump! We want Trump! We want Trump!
Mr. Chairman, my name is Shirley Hussar. I am the mother of 3 boys of the greater Los Angeles area. Mr. Chairman, it is so important that my 3 sons, have hope and opportunity for their future, that there are good jobs, and that there are families that need safety in their communities. Mr. Chairman, Donald Trump is the candidate that can provide for my boys and all Californians the hope and opportunity of the true American. That's why I am honored to stand before you today in behalf of the great state of California. California that is 100% rock solid. Pro-Trump delegation, and I am proud to place 172 votes to the nominee of the next president of these United States, Donald J. Trump. God bless you. God bless America. Yes.
We want Trump! 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 We want Trump!
Now!
We want Trump! Now! We want Trump! We want Trump!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, California, 172 votes, Trump.
Colorado, 37 delegates.
Mr. Chairman, the frontier state, the great state of Colorado, where the plains meet the Rocky Mountains on God's most beautiful piece of real estate, home of Senator Cory Gardner, future Senator Darrell Glenn, and the world champion Denver Broncos. The Centennial State votes 31 votes for Ted Cruz, 2 votes abstained, and 4 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Colorado, 4 votes Trump, 31 votes Cruz, 2 abstentions.
Connecticut, 28 delegates with the following bound delegates. 28 Trump.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I come from the land where we manufacture Pez, nuclear submarines, and the home of the WWE, where men are men and the women are champions. The great state of Connecticut is casting all 28 delegates for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Connecticut, 28 votes Trump.
Delaware, 16 delegates with the following bound delegates. 16 Trump.
Madam Chair, the great state of Delaware, the first state to ratify the Constitution, the home of former governors Pete DuPont and Mike Castle, the state that with a diverse slate of millennial candidates will win control of its state senate this year for the first time in 44 years, the state that is going to elect 20-year Air Force Reserve veteran Hans Riegel to the United States Congress casts all of its 16 votes for Donald J. Trump for president.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Delaware, 16 votes Trump.
District of Columbia, 19 delegates with the following bound delegates. 19 Trump.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Chairman, the District of Columbia, whose local GOP organization was instrumental in the creation of the Republican National Committee back in 1856, the District of Columbia, delineated by George Washington and graced by Abraham Lincoln, the District of Columbia, home of that great Republican Frederick Douglass, and capital of the greatest country in the world, and in accordance with the will of its citizens, our delegation is duly bound to cast 10 votes for Senator Rubio and 9 votes for Governor Kasich.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, District of Columbia, 19 votes, Trump.
Florida, 99 delegates with the following bound delegates. 99 Trump.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Blaise Ngolia, the chairman of the Republican Party of Florida. I am proud to lead this delegation of the Sunshine State, home to Disney World, the Daytona 500, and the stunning Florida Keys. We have no state income tax, and our residents enjoy over 600 miles of pristine beaches. Florida is the paradise where you vacation, but we all live. We are home to over 1.5 million veterans, and we make it a point to thank them every day. We are the state that gave LeBron James his first 2 championships. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, you cannot win the presidency without winning the great state of Florida. We are honored to cast all of our 99 winner-take-all delegates to the next President of the United States, Mr. Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Florida, 99 votes, Trump.
Georgia, 76 delegates with the following bound delegates. 42 Trump.
Madam Secretary, on behalf of the Georgia Republican Party and the Peach State Conservatives far and wide, and representing the #1 state in the country for business and business growth, I, Chairman John Padgett, proudly stand here today with this wonderful group of conservative, hard-working Republicans in this Georgia delegation. And on behalf of Governor Nathan Deal, Senator David Perdue, and Senator Johnny Isakson, cast 16 votes for Marco Rubio, 18 votes for Ted Cruz, and 42 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. And go Dogs!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Georgia, 42 votes Trump, 18 votes Cruz, 16 votes Rubio.
Guam, 9 delegates.
Mr. Chairman, from the tip of the spear of American might,
home of B-52s, B-1s, B-2s, fast attack nuclear submarines that are keeping the potential enemies of America at bay. And also the place where millions of tourists from Asia come to get a taste of the peace of America in Asia. And a place where it's Wednesday, where America's day begins. The island of Guam pledges its 9 delegates to the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, 9 votes, Guam cast 9 votes, Trump.
Hawaii, 19 delegates with the following bound delegates. 11, Trump.
Mahalo keakoa. Mahalo I Yesu Cristo. Aloha from the great state of Hawaii. From Hanalei to Hilo. From Maui to Kauai. Here in the great state of Hawaii, Donald Trump, 11 delegates. Cruz, 7, and Marco Rubio, 1. 11 delegates for the next President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Hawaii, 11 votes Trump, 7 votes Cruz, 1 vote Rubio.
Idaho, 32 delegates with the following bound delegates. 12, Trump.
Madam Chairman, my name is Ron Crane, and I'm from the state of Idaho, where we have famous potatoes. Idaho is the most Republican state in the nation. We are so Republican that when we say the Pledge of Allegiance, it's to the Republicans for which it stands. Our entire congressional delegation is Republican. All of our statewide constitutional officers are Republican, and our legislature is 80% Republican. We are indeed a red state. We are proud to cast our votes as a result of our primary election. 20 votes for Ted Cruz and 12 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Idaho, 12 votes Trump, 70 votes Cruz. I'm sorry.
20.
1 moment.
20.
We'll do that one again. Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Idaho, 12 votes Trump, 20 votes Cruz.
Illinois, 69 delegates with the following bound delegates. 54, Trump. 9, Cruz. 6, Kasich.
Mr. Chairman, I am John Cabello, State Representative from the great state of Illinois, the only Hispanic member on the Republican side of the aisle serving the House of Representatives. It is my honor to introduce our chairman, Tim Schneider.
Good evening, my fellow Republicans. More importantly, my fellow Americans. I'm a proud citizen of the state of Illinois and the United States of America. And we have the finest governor in our nation, and Governor Bruce Rauner. the state of Illinois cast 6 delegates for John Kasich, 9 delegates for Ted Cruz, and 54 delegates for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Woo! 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 Trump, 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 Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Illinois, 54 votes Trump, 9 votes Cruz, 6 votes Kasich.
Indiana, 57 delegates with the following bound delegates. 57 Trump.
Madam Secretary, the great state of Indiana, who under the strong conservative leadership of Vice Presidential nominee Governor Mike Pence, has a $2 billion surplus with over 150,000 private sector new jobs since 2013, with more Hoosiers working today than ever before in our 200-year history, cast its 57 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Indiana, 57 votes Trump.
Iowa, 30 delegates with the following bound delegates. 30 Trump.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let me just start by saying, go Hawks! My name is Matt Schultz, former Iowa Secretary of State and Chairman of the Iowa Delegation. Representing the home of the 2 hardest working U.S. Senators, Senator Chuck Grassley and Senator Joni Ernst, and the longest serving governor in American history, Governor Terry Branstad. Pursuant to the rules, the state of Iowa proudly casts its 30 votes for the next President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Iowa, 30 votes Trump.
Kansas, 40 delegates with the following bound delegates. 9 Trump, 24 Cruz, 6 Rubio, 1 Kasich.
Madam Secretary, Kansas, home of the greatest fans of the reigning World Series champions, the Kansas City Royals. Proud home of the iconic Bob Dole. Cast 9 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. 24 votes for Senator Ted Cruz, 6 votes for Senator Marco Rubio, and 1 vote for Governor John Kasich.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Kansas, 9 votes Trump, 24 votes Cruz, 6 votes Rubio, and 1 vote Kasich.
Kentucky, 46 delegates with the following bound delegates. 17 Trump.
Mr. Chairman, from the bluegrass state, the Commonwealth of Kentucky, the home of Churchill Downs and American Pharoah, the source of bluegrass music and the home of Bill Monroe, from the
state where the largest Toyota manufacturing plant in the world is located, the maker of the Ford F-150 and the Chevy Corvette. From the state that produces all the bourbon fit to drink in the world. From a state where our citizens still respect God and the Constitution and our military and our police officers, it is our honor to cast our vote, 7 for Governor Kasich, 7 for Senator Rubio, 15 for Senator Cruz, and 17 for the next President of the United States of America, Mr. Donald J. Trump. Awesome.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Kentucky, 17 votes Trump, 7 votes Rubio, 7 votes Kasich, 15 votes Cruz.
Louisiana, 46 delegates with the following bound delegates. 18 Trump.
The great state of Louisiana, the sportsman's paradise headquartered in Terrebonne Parish, with 46 votes, cast 15 for Ted Cruz and cast 31 votes for the next President of the United States who will restore our national sovereignty by building a wall, Donald Trump.
Go Trump!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Louisiana, 31 votes Trump, 15 votes Cruz.
Maine, 23 delegates with the following bound delegates. 9 Trump.
Madam Secretary, the great state of Maine, home of rugged coastlines, beautiful forests, pristine lakes, home of Republican Governor Paul LePage, Senator Susan Collins, and Congressman Bruce Poliquin, a state that has only one remaining Democrat federal elected official, the state that began the Republican revival in America's Northeast. It is leading the way to make New England great again. A state that's led with welfare reforms, spending and tax cuts, strong Second Amendment rights, and has made Maine work again with GOP leadership, casts 12 votes for Senator Ted Cruz, 9 votes for Donald J. Trump, and 2 votes for Governor John Kasich.
I don't need to say it every time. You're doing great. Very well.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Maine, 9 votes Trump, 12 votes Cruz, 2 votes Kasich.
Maryland, 38 delegates.
Madam Secretary, the great state of Maryland, America in miniature, and home of the beautiful Chesapeake Bay, home to the oldest state capital in continuous use, where General George Washington resigned as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army, birthplace of our national anthem, home of the United States Naval Academy, and the American League East first place team, Baltimore Orioles. Proudly cast all 38 of our votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Maryland, 38 votes Trump.
Massachusetts, 42 delegates with the following bound delegates: 22 Trump, 4 Cruz, 8 Rubio, 8 Kasich.
Madam Secretary, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Vincent DeVito, from the state that outperformed every other state but one in strongest votes to make America great again. We are going to cast our votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and I introduce Parson Hicks to cast our votes.
Madam Secretary, it is my honor to read the delegates from the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Cruz, 4. Kasich, 8. Rubio, 8. And guess what? They may have said we are the bluest state in the union, but we are casting 22 delegate votes for
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Massachusetts, 22 votes Trump, 4 votes Cruz, 8 votes Rubio, and 8 votes Kasich.
Michigan, 59 delegates with the following bound delegates: 25 Trump.
Madam Secretary, Michigan passes.
Michigan passes. Minnesota, 38 delegates with the following bound delegates: 8 Trump.
Madam Secretary, on behalf of the great state of Minnesota, home of 10,000 lakes, home of Spam, and home of the late, great Prince, and the state that has had the longest drought of casting our electoral votes for a Republican president, which will change this year, cast the following: Rubio, 17, Cruz, 13, and 8 for the next president of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Minnesota, 8 votes Trump, 17 votes Rubio, 13 votes Cruz.
Mississippi, 40 delegates with the following bound delegates: 25 Trump, 15 Cruz.
Madam Secretary, the great state of Mississippi, the birthplace of America's music, respects and pursuant to the rules, will cast 15 votes for Ted Cruz and 25 votes for the next president of the United States and New York's favorite son, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Mississippi, 25 votes Trump, 15 votes Cruz.
Missouri, 52 delegates with the following bound delegates: 37 Trump.
Madam Secretary, congratulations, I'm proud of you, by the way. And Kansas, I love you, but Missouri is the home to the World Series champions, Kansas City Royal. Missouri, home of the 11-time world champion St. Louis Cardinals. Missouri, the birthplace of talk radio at AM 1120, KMOX, the voice of St. Louis. Missouri, home of a 12-time delegate, conservative icon. She's with us tonight, Phyllis Schlafly. Missouri, birthplace of ragtime music and our great Senator Roy Blunt. Missouri casts 11 votes for Ted Cruz. And Missouri cast 41 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. That's what I'm talking about.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Missouri, 41 votes Trump, 11 votes Cruz.
Montana, 27 delegates with the following bound delegates. 27 Trump.
Madam Secretary, I am Teresa Manzella from the great state of Montana. We, the people of Montana, grateful to God for the quiet beauty of our state, the grandeur of our mountains, the vastness of our rolling plains, and desiring to improve the quality of life, equality of opportunity, and to secure the blessings of liberty for this and future generations, do hereby cast our 27 delegates to Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Montana, 27 votes Trump.
Nebraska, 36 delegates with the following bound delegates. 36 Trump.
Go. Madam Secretary, Nebraska, the good life with great opportunity, the home of Silicon Prairie News, the University of Nebraska Cornhuskers, the #1 beef-producing state in the Union, a place where people find their happiness from honest work and where a person's word is their bond. Cast their 36 bound delegates for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Nebraska, 36 votes Trump.
Nevada, 30 delegates with the following bound delegates. 14 Trump, 6 Cruz, 7 Rubio, 1 Kasich, 2 Carson.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Nevada's Attorney General Adam Laxalt, introducing Chairman Michael J. McDonald.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. From the great state of Nevada, where blue lives matter. We are battle-born, brought in by the first Republican president in 1864. We're very proud of our nation. From the great shores of Lake Tahoe to the most entertaining capital city, Las Vegas, Nevada, this time what's said in Las Vegas will not stay in Las Vegas. We are here to cast our votes. 1 vote, Governor Kasich. 6, Senator Ted Cruz. 7, Marco Rubio. And 16, for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Nevada, 14 votes Trump, 6 votes Cruz, 7 votes Rubio, 1 vote Kasich, and 2 votes Carson.
New Hampshire, 23 delegates for the following bound delegates. 11 Trump.
Madam Secretary, my name is Corey Lewandowski. I represent the people of the great state of New Hampshire, the live free or die state, a state that has no sales or income tax, and a state that was the first to recognize Donald J. Trump and deliver the first victory on his behalf on a path to 38 victories that he achieved. It is my pleasure tonight to read the votes on behalf of the people of New Hampshire. 2 votes for Marco Rubio, 3 votes for Jeb Bush, 3 votes for Ted Cruz, 4 votes for John Kasich, and 11 votes for my friend and the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, New Hampshire, 11 votes Trump, 2 votes Rubio, 3 votes Bush, 3 votes Cruz, and 4 votes Kasich.
New Jersey, 51 delegates for the following bound delegates. 51 Trump.
Madam Secretary, I introduce the son of Governor Chris Christie. New Jersey, the Garden State, the greatest state in the Union, and the state that cast the highest overall percentage of its popular vote for Mr. Trump, is pleased to announce that its 51 delegates will be given to Donald J. Trump for President of the United States.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, New Jersey, 51 votes Trump.
New Mexico, 24 delegates for the following bound delegates. 24 Trump.
Madam Secretary, I am Governor Susana Martinez. I am proud to represent what beautiful, exciting, and diversely a culture that is so diverse. An amazing state, the land of enchantment, and the great state of New Mexico. Standing here with me is Sam Ledoux, who is one of our youngest delegates and was part of our future, of our party, and of our country.
Madam Secretary, I am proud to stand next to the nation's first female Hispanic governor. She's the reason I'm such a committed Republican, and we are proud to cast New Mexico's 24 votes to the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, New Mexico, 24 votes Trump.
New York. 95 delegates with the following bound delegates. 89 Trump, 6 Kasich.
Madam Secretary, New York, the Empire State and the home of Donald J. Trump, passes.
New York passes. North Carolina, 72 delegates with the following bound delegates. 29 Trump, 27 Cruz, 6 Rubio, 9 Kasich, 1 Carson.
Madam Secretary, North Carolina, the land of the longleaf pine, the land where the summer sun doth shine, where the weak grow strong and the strong grow great. North Carolina, home of the largest military installations in the world. North Carolina, with the majestic Appalachian Mountains on our west and the beautiful Crystal Coast on our east. North Carolina, one of the fastest growing state economies under Governor Pat McCrory and the Republican-led General Assembly, proudly cast our 72 votes as follows. 1, Dr. Ben Carson. 6, Senator Marco Rubio. 9, for Ohio Governor John Kasich.
In the great conservative tradition of the Old North State, the home of Billy Graham, we proudly cast 27 votes for Senator Ted Cruz.
North Carolina is a party which was funded and founded by blacks and whites. And one of the points that most people don't know about this state is that 10% of all the historically black colleges and universities are within this border. We proudly cast 29 votes for the next President of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, North Carolina, 29 votes Trump, 27 votes Cruz, 6 votes Rubio, 9 votes Kasich, and 1 vote Carson.
North Dakota, 28 delegates.
Mr. Secretary, I'm Jack Dalrymple, Governor of the state of North Dakota. It is my honor to announce the vote of the delegates of North Dakota. The great state of North Dakota cast as the home of the current and 5 consecutive year national FCS football champions, the North Dakota State University Bison. And at the same time, the home of the national hockey champions, the University of North Dakota Fighting Hawks. And the only state in the United States last year to actually grow younger, cast 1 vote Carson, 6 votes Cruz, and 21 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, North Dakota, 21 votes Trump, 1 vote Carson, 6 votes Cruz.
Northern Mariana Islands, 9 delegates with the following bound delegates. 9 Trump.
Hafaday Adjiro from the most Republican territory, the beautiful islands of the Northern Mariana Islands, where the weather is 85 degrees all year round, traveling over 7,000 miles. I am Ralph De Leon Guerrero Torres, Governor of the CNMI. It is my great pleasure and honor being the first territory to endorse our next President of the United States, we cast our 9 delegates to Donald J. Trump. Woo!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Northern Mariana Islands cast 9 votes Trump.
Ohio, 66 delegates.
Welcome to Cleveland, the city of champions. And welcome to Ohio, the host of the Republican National Convention. All right, guys, let's give it an OH. OH. Ohio, the mother of presidents, proudly casts its 66 votes for Governor John Kasich.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Ohio, 66 votes Kasich.
Oklahoma, 43 delegates with the following bound delegates. 13 Trump.
Good evening. My name is Pam Pollard. I am the chairman of the Republican Party for the great state of Oklahoma. As the second home to Speaker Paul and Jana Ryan, Oklahoma is the heartland of America and the reddest state in the Union. Oklahoma has a heritage of strong and conservative grassroots leadership, electing Republicans to every congressional and statewide office with supermajorities in both state legislative chambers. Oklahoma is proud to produce and supply the energy and agriculture that fuels and feeds this country and the world. And this November, Oklahoma will take up the mantle once more and deliver all 77 counties to our Republican nominee. Oklahoma proudly casts 19 votes for Senator Ted Cruz and 24 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Oklahoma, 24 votes Trump, 19 votes Cruz.
Oregon, 28 delegates with the following bound delegates. 18 Trump.
Mr. Chairman, Oregon. The land of unrivaled natural beauty, snowy mountain peaks, majestic river valleys, serene high deserts, the great American Pinot Noir, Tillamook cheese, and hazelnuts, home of a great congressman, Greg Walden, and the reigning Major League Soccer champions, the Portland Timbers, home of Tracktown, USA, and the place where Nike made ducks and beavers cool. Ground zero in the fight against Democrat corruption, from disgraced ex-Governor John Kitzhaber all the way to crooked Hillary. The great state of Oregon is proud to cast, pursuant to our rules, 5 votes for Senator Ted Cruz, 23 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Oregon, 23 votes Trump, 5 votes Cruz.
Pennsylvania, 71 delegates with the following bound delegates. 17 Trump.
Madam Secretary, I'm Rob Gleason, Chairman of the Republican Party of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, the home of the Stanley Cup champions, Pittsburgh Penguins. Pennsylvania defers to the great state of New York and my friend, Chairman Ed Cox.
New York, 95 delegates with the following bound delegates. 89 Trump, 6 Kasich.
Madam Secretary, New York, the Empire State, proud to be the home of Donald J. Trump, and proud that we were the first state to cast a majority of our primary votes for Donald Trump. Proud that he won 61 of our 62 counties and more than 60% of the vote. And we are proud that we have as one of our delegates, Donald J. Trump, Jr.
Well, thank you very much, Ed. Thank you to my family, Eric, Ivanka, Vanessa, Laura, Tiffany, everyone here, all of our supporters in the great state of New York. Even in the places that aren't so conservative, we've had such incredible support, you won't believe it. We're going to put New York into play this time around. I have the incredible honor of not only being a part of the ride that's been this election process, and to watch as a small fly on the wall what my father has done in creating this movement, because it's not a campaign anymore, it's a movement. Speaking to real Americans, giving them a voice again. And it is my honor to be able to throw Donald Trump over the top in the delegate count tonight with 89 delegates and another 6 for John Kasich. Congratulations, Dad. We love you.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, New York, 6 votes Kasich, 89 votes Donald J. Trump.
Adam Taxon here at Right Side Broadcasting Networks in Auburn, Alabama. We are covering it as Donald J. Trump has been officially nominated, which you can watch on our live stream, which I recommend. Obviously, you're watching it right now, but you should recommend to your friends because we don't have all these annoying interruptions by pundits during the action of the convention. And the reason I am on here now rather than you hearing live coverage is because due to copyright issues with YouTube, and they have great algorithms for this kind of thing, we can't broadcast right now because they are playing a version of New York, New York. The song popularized by Frank Sinatra. And by the way, here's something interesting about the song. You probably did not know. The Frank Sinatra version, you associate him with the 1940s and 50s. It only came out in 1980. And it was originally sung just a couple years before by Liza Minnelli, I think like 1977. Just a little interesting tidbit. So, you know, you learn something by listening to RSBN. And they're wrapping up the song, so we're going to go back to our coverage in just a minute. But hey, you learned that little piece of Sinatra trivia here at RSBN.
Puerto Rico, 23 delegates with the following bound delegates. 23 Rubio.
Madam Secretary, the territory of Puerto Rico, having voted to become the 51st state of the greatest nation on the face of the earth, following the results of a binding presidential preference vote, the rule of the state, the law of the state, and the rule of the party proudly casts its 23 votes for Senator Marco Rubio.
Persuaded to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Puerto Rico, 23 votes Rubio.
Rhode Island, 19 delegates with the following bound delegates. 12 Trump, 2 Cruz, 5 Kasich.
Madam Secretary, Brandon Bell, State Chairman of the State Rhode Island Republican Party, as well as the delegation chair of this incredible Rhode Island delegation, which includes my colleague, Leanne Senek, our National Committee woman, and my colleague, the Rhode Island National Committeeman, Steve Frias, who will be the next state representative from District 15 in Cranston after he beats the Speaker of the House of the state of Rhode Island, who's a Democrat. Roger Williams founded the colony of Rhode Island in 1631 based upon principles of complete religious toleration, separation of church and state, and political democracy, values that the United States would after be founded upon. We are the ocean state, and it's absolutely beautiful back home. Unfortunately, government is not working in Rhode Island for the people, as the state is run by a corrupt Democrat political machine for the last 80 years. In our state, we are constantly ranked near the bottom, recently ranked 50th worst in terms of our business-friendly climate. Democratic leadership in our state has been rampant with corruption, lack of transparency, and unethical conduct, which makes it no surprise that the Democratic presidential nominee is supported by each and every one of Rhode Island state Democratic leadership. It should therefore come as no surprise that Rhode Island delivered, the largest margin of victory in a three-way race with the most amount of votes cast in the history of a Republican primary, with over 64% for Donald J. Trump. Therefore, Madam Secretary, please cast from a proud and unified Rhode Island Republican Party 2 votes for Senator Ted Cruz, 5 votes for Governor John Kasich, and 12 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Rhode Island, 12 votes Trump, 2 votes Cruz, 5 votes Kasich.
South Carolina, 50 delegates with the following bound delegates. 50 Trump.
Madam Secretary, I am Matt Moore, Chairman of South Carolina, the Palmetto State that always shows amazing grace, home of the first in the South primary, the true peach state and the birthplace of barbecue. Home of the reigning U.S. Open golf champion, Dustin Johnson, and the reigning NCAA baseball champion, Coastal Carolina Chanticleers. Home of the #1 city in the world, according to Travel and Leisure magazine, Charleston, South Carolina. And America's vacation destination, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. The Southeast manufacturing leader with companies including Boeing and BMW. We are South Carolina. South Carolina casts all 50 delegates for Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, South Carolina, 50 votes Trump.
South Dakota, 29 delegates with the following bound delegates. 29 Trump.
Madam Secretary, the great state of South Dakota, home of Crazy Horse, Mount Rushmore, and other great faces and great places, proudly nominates and casts our 29 votes for Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, South Dakota, 29 votes Trump.
Tennessee, 58 delegates with the following bound delegates. 33 Trump, 16 Cruz, 9 Rubio.
Madam Secretary, the volunteer state, the state with no state income tax, a budget surplus, and a balanced budget, a state that is in the top 5 in jobs growth, #1 in auto manufacturing, with a Republican governor, 2 Republican U.S. senators, 7 Republican congressmen, and a 2/3 majority in the state house and state senate. Our pro-life state proudly cast our votes. 16 votes for Senator Ted Cruz, 19 votes for Senator Marco Rubio, and 33 votes to make America great again for Donald J. Trump.
Tennessee, could you please repeat your votes?
We're back on. Madam Secretary, 16 votes for Senator Ted Cruz, 9 votes for Senator Marco Rubio, and 33 votes for Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Tennessee, 33 votes Trump, 16 votes Cruz, 9 votes Rubio.
Texas, 155 delegates with the following bound delegates. 48 Trump, 104 Cruz, 3 Rubio.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Chairman,
On behalf of my friend and our great governor, Greg Abbott, who could not be here tonight, on behalf of our great chairman, Tom Meckler, my name is Dan Patrick, and as lieutenant governor of the greatest job-creating state in the country, of the 12th largest economy on the planet, of a state, and we're really proud of this, where no Democrat has won statewide office since 1992. And where every Texan has the back of our law enforcement officers. I am proud to report our vote for Marco Rubio, 3 votes. For our dear friend, a great conservative, our favorite son who we love, Ted Cruz, 104 votes. And for our new friend, our latest adopted favorite son, for the man who on the night of November 8th is going to get a phone call from a lady named Hillary when she concedes the race to the next president of the United States, Donald Trump, 48 votes.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Texas, 48 votes Trump, 104 votes Cruz, 3 votes Rubio.
U.S. Virgin Islands, 9 delegates.
All set? Good. Mr. Chairman, my name is John Canigata, and on behalf of the United States Virgin Islands, one of the 5 U.S. territories where loyal, patriotic Americans are second-class citizens and are denied basic rights, it is a high privilege and distinct honor to announce that the childhood home of Alexander Hamilton, the greatest basketball player, Tim Duncan, where slaves were emancipated first in the New World, where no passport is required to visit the beautiful Caribbean islands of St. Croix, St. John's, and St. Thomas. We proudly cast 8 votes for the next president, the gentleman from New York, Donald J. Trump. With God's blessings and conservative leadership, let's make America and the Caribbean great again. Woo!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, U.S. Virgin Islands, 8 votes Trump, 1 abstention.
Utah, 40 delegates with the following bound delegates. 40, Trump.
Madam Secretary, my name is Phil Wright. I'm the delegation chair for the great state of Utah, the state that has its priorities straight: God, family, and country. Before I give our votes, I want to introduce the chair of the Utah Republican Party, James Evans.
Madam Secretary, Utah is the #1 state for economic growth, job creation, the most reliable Republican state, and please accept this message and give to the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, that in November, Donald J. Trump will get the highest percentage vote from the state of Utah. We are always Republican, now, today, and forever.
Madam Secretary, According to the votes of the great citizens of the state of Utah, we cast all 40 of our delegates to the gentleman who won our state, Senator Ted Cruz.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Utah, 40 votes, Trump.
Vermont, 16 delegates with the following bound delegates. 8, Trump.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We are proud in Vermont to claim you as one of our own. From the great state of Vermont, home of Calvin Coolidge, the 30th President of the United States was nominated in Cleveland in 1924 with his running mate from Ohio, Charles Dodge from Marietta, Ohio. One of Calvin Coolidge's many quotes, "Don't expect to build up the weak by pulling down the strong." Vermont votes. 1 vote for John Kasich, 2 votes for Rand Paul, and 13 votes for Donald J. Trump. Hey.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Vermont, 13 votes Trump, 1 vote Kasich, 2 votes Paul.
Virginia, 49 delegates with the following bound delegates. 17, Trump. 8, Cruz. 16, Rubio. 5, Kasich. 3, Carson.
Namaste, Mr. Chairman. The Commonwealth of Virginia is the mother of presidents and the cradle of freedom. Virginia, where liberty sprouted from the roots of Jamestown and where patriots' dreams came true. Virginia, where a fledgling old dominion grown into a digital dominion. Virginia is truly a commonwealth of opportunity. I, Subba Kolla, first Indian American national delegate from Virginia. And I am proud to report that, pursuant to the Republican primary in Virginia history of our delegation, cast the following bound votes. 3 votes for Dr. Ben Carson, 5 votes for Governor John Kasich, 8 votes for Senator Ted Cruz, 16 votes for Senator Marco Rubio, 17 votes for our next President of United States of America, Mr. Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Virginia, 17 votes Trump, 8 votes Cruz, 16 votes Rubio, 5 votes Kasich, and 3 votes Carson.
Washington, 44 delegates with the following bound delegates. 44, Trump.
Madam Secretary, from the great state of Washington, the evergreen state, we are standing tall. Our beautiful state of volcanoes, the mighty Columbia River, vast wheat fields, and yes, often the national Christmas tree. Also, the proud home of the Boeing Airplane Company, celebrating its 100th anniversary this month, builders of the greatest jets in the world. We are named after the first President of the United States, and we are proud now to nominate for the 45th President of the United States, 44 votes for Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Washington, 44 votes Trump.
West Virginia, 34 delegates.
Madam Secretary, I proudly hold up a coal miner's hat from an industry that's been pillaged by this administration. It has been devastating what's happened in Appalachia and all across this country. As the son and grandson of coal miners, as a proud son of West Virginia, my state's paid a heavy price under this administration. Tens of thousands of coal miners across this country have lost their jobs over the past 7.5 years. It's time we change course with a man named Donald J. Trump. This campaign is personal to us. Donald J. Trump is truly an instrument of hope for so many people across this great country who have lost hope. It's my honor to introduce another grandson of coal miners, another favorite son of my great state, my good friend, John Racy, for the tally.
Let's get ready to rumble here. We're going to take on some people. Want to tell you that we are the first state in the United States in this auditorium to recognize Melania Trump as the next First Lady of the United States. A lot better than Bill Clinton, that other spouse, I can tell you that. We're the home, West Virginia, of the greatest golfer in the history of golf, Mr. Sam Snead.
That's right.
The greatest pro football player in the history of the NFL, Mr. Sam Huff. And we are also the home of the mighty Mountaineers and the Thundering Herd. Walk proud, West Virginia, because we are a state that is going to put 34 delegates behind Mr. Donald Trump. Clean slate. Let's go get him.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, West Virginia, 34 votes Trump.
Wisconsin, 42 delegates with the following bound delegates. 6 Trump, 36 Cruz.
Madam Secretary, my name is Brad Courtney, Chairman of the Republican Party of Wisconsin. The great state of Wisconsin, home to RNC Chairman Reince Priebus and U.S. Speaker of the House Paul Ryan. I would now like to introduce to you the only governor in U.S. history to win a recall election, America's Governor, Scott Walker!
The birthplace of the Republican Party, the home of the 13-time world champion Green Bay Packers, and the home of the greatest motorcycles in the world, Harley-Davidson. Pursuant to our rules, cast 36 votes for Ted Cruz and 6 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, 6 votes Trump, 36 votes Cruz.
Wyoming, 29 delegates with the following bound delegates: 1 Trump, 23 Cruz, 1 Rubio.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Chairman, from the great state of Wyoming, home of Reagan conservatives, rugged individualism, the majestic Tetons and Cheyenne Frontier Days, a leading producer of low sulfur coal, we are an energy titan. A super red state, a Republican governor, all 5 statewide electeds Republicans, a Republican majority in our state legislature, and a Republican governor and a Republican congressional delegation. We have a balanced budget, we have a $1.6 billion surplus, and we have no corporate and no individual income tax. We support states' rights, religious liberty, the Second Amendment, and law enforcement officers across this great nation. Wyoming proudly casts its votes as follows: 1 vote for Senator Marco Rubio, 2 votes for Governor John Kasich, and for an individual who we came to know and love as one of our own, 23 votes from the great senator from the state of Texas, Ted Cruz. And now, for someone we've come to know and have come to support and will throw our support behind against Hillary Clinton, the next president of the United States, 3 votes for Mr. Donald Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Wyoming, 3 votes Trump, 23 votes Cruz, 1 vote Rubio, and 2 votes Kasich.
Michigan, 59 delegates with the following bound delegates: 25 Trump.
Madam Secretary, my name is Ronna Romney McDaniel, Chairman of the Michigan Republican Party. Michigan is America's comeback state, the Great Lakes state, and birthplace of the Republican Party. We are so committed to turning our state red and winning the presidency that we were willing to wear Ohio State colors. Just for today. We are the home of President Gerald R. Ford, the home of the late and extremely great Mr. Hockey Gordie Howe. From Mackinac to Motown, from the UP to the Big 3, we proudly cast 2 votes for John Kasich, 6 votes for Ted Cruz, and 51 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump! Go Trump! Go Trump!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Michigan, 51 votes Trump, 2 votes Kasich, 6 votes Cruz.
Pennsylvania, 71 delegates with the following bound delegates: 17 Trump.
Pennsylvania, the home of Republican Senator Pat Toomey, the home of 13 Republican congressmen, The state that will deliver the deciding 20 electoral votes on November 8th cast 1 vote for Ted Cruz and 70 for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, Pennsylvania, 70 votes Trump, 1 vote Cruz.
Ladies and gentlemen, Speaker Paul Ryan.
Hey guys.
Waiting. Hey, man. I gavel it, right?
Yeah, it's at the end. Does any state with favorite vote, there's a total of 40 money.
Does any state wish to cast its vote or to change its vote? Gentleman shall take place at his microphone. So it's Alaska going to change their vote?
State delegate.
Mr. Chairman,
for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
To contest the vote that Alaska cast as was recorded by the Secretary. It was misrecorded by the Secretary. We cast 12 votes for Senator Ted Cruz, 11 votes for Donald Trump, and 5 votes for Marco Rubio. That was pursuant to the State of Alaska rules for our party. 100% of our delegation agrees with that is the proper vote. We were never notified of anything different by the RNC. We were never consulted. Our national committee people weren't consulted. Our attorney wasn't consulted. We were never told that you were going to miscount our votes tonight.
The gentleman will suspend. Is the gentleman requesting a poll of the delegation of Alaska?
Yes, I'm requesting a poll of the delegation of Alaska and that those votes be accurately recorded in this convention.
A delegate has taken exception to the correctness of the vote for the delegation from Alaska. Accordingly, the convention staff will report to the delegation to supervise the poll. We don't go to recess. Fine. Ladies and gentlemen, the chair will yield to the chairman of the Republican National Committee for the purpose of explaining the rules.
All right. Well, this is a rule that affects only about 4 states. First of all the states are bound by 16A2, and the Secretary is required to read the bound vote. And so that's why in a few states there was a difference. In this particular case, the state rule under the 16F filing says that the candidates that are submitted under the that run in the election, if they drop out, the bound vote gets reallocated to the only candidate left that's running. So you understand? So under the rule, he is correct that is how Alaska originally voted. However, since there was only one candidate that was left running, the bound vote gets shifted under the state party rule, and that's why the Secretary read it that way. So that's how the rules are interpreted. I hope you saw tonight that we allowed for other votes of other candidates that were running to be read. I know that was different than Tampa, and I hope that you all appreciated that. In any event, have a great night.
Pursuant to Rule 37B and the chair's earlier announcement, the votes of the state of Alaska shall be recorded as 28 votes Trump. This result differs from the results of the poll delivered to the Secretary, but is necessary to reflect the presidential preference vote or direct election of delegates as required under the rules. The chair is prepared to announce the results. The following candidates received the following votes: 1,725 Trump, 475 Cruz, 120 Kasich, 114 Rubio, 7 Carson, 3 Bush, 2 Paul. Accordingly, the chair announces that Donald J. Trump, having received a majority of these votes entitled to be cast at the convention, has been selected as the Republican Party nominee for President of the United States. The chair is pleased to appoint the following to serve as escort committee for Donald J. Trump: Ivanka Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, Tiffany Trump, Barron Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the Majority Leader of the United States Senate, the Honorable Mitch McConnell of Kentucky.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to determine our nominee for the office of Vice President of the United States. The chair states that in compliance with Rule 40B, the chair has been furnished with evidence that a majority of the delegates from each of 8 or more states severally support the candidate who will be presented for the nomination for Vice President of the United States. The chair would like to remind delegates of the provisions of Rule 40A, which provide that, in part, if there is only one candidate for nomination for Vice President of the United States who has demonstrated the support required by paragraph B of this rule, A motion to nominate for such office by acclamation shall be in order, and no calling of the roll with respect to such office shall be required. At this time, the chair states that he has been furnished with evidence that there is only one candidate for nomination for the office of Vice President who has demonstrated the support required under Rule 40B of the Rules of the Convention. Delegates and alternates, the chair recognizes and is pleased to introduce the Honorable Eric Holcomb, Lieutenant Governor from the state of Indiana. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Mr. Chairman, delegates, and guests of the 2016 Republican National Convention, tonight I have the high honor of placing into nomination the name of a man I have known for decades, and a man America is just getting to know. I already know his head. I already know where his heart is. In Indiana, some know Mike Pence as congressman. Others know him as governor. But back home, most call him Mike. As you just heard, I serve as Mike's lieutenant governor, but more importantly, he and Karen are two of my dearest friends. Together we've stood side by side as our state has shown the world how common sense, conservative leadership can balance budgets while at the same time cutting taxes every single year he's been in office. And while at the same time making record investments in public education and increasing our children's test scores. In Indiana, under Mike Pence, more Hoosiers are working now than at any time in our 200-year history. And our tech sector is experiencing explosive record growth. In Indiana, Mike Pence doesn't just cut red tape, he eliminates it. And that is one reason why Indiana is recognized as having the best business climate in the Midwest and the 5th best business climate in America. It is exactly that type of leadership our country is lacking, and exactly the type of leadership Americans will send to the White House this fall with Donald Trump and Mike Pence. These two leaders are not just prepared to win, they are prepared to govern. Mike likes to say that Indiana is a state that works. And tonight, America is calling on him to expand that success to make America work again. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the great state of Indiana, I proudly nominate a great man of integrity, a proven conservative, an incredible husband and father, and one of my best friends. I nominate the great governor of Indiana, Mike Pence, as the Republican Party's 2016 candidate for Vice President of the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you.
Delegates and alternates, pursuant to Rule 40, a motion to nominate by acclamation is in order. The chair recognizes our good friend from Indiana, Senator Dan Coates.
Mr. Chairman, it is a great honor to move that Michael R. Pence from the state of Indiana be nominated by acclamation by this Republican National Convention as its candidate for the office of Vice President of the United States of America.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion that the Honorable Michael R. Pence be nominated by acclamation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to announce that Governor Michael Pence has the overwhelming support of this convention to be the next Vice President of the United States. The chair appoints the following to serve as the escort committee for Governor Pence: Michael Pence, Charlotte Pence, and Audrey Pence.
This is Adam Taxon at RSBN headquarters in Auburn, Alabama. As you may have figured out by now, there is music being played which is triggering a copyright issue for us, so you get to hear me talk for a little while. The song, by the way, is Domino by Van Morrison that's going on, and this is, well, first of all, let me catch up what's going on. Donald Trump has won the GOP nomination. That happened about an hour ago. And Mike Pence is getting the VP nomination by acclaim right now. People are celebrating, which is why they're playing Domino by Van Morrison. Now, I'm going to tell you something on my mind. And you guys are welcome to comment to me at my Twitter feed, Adam_Taxon, Taxin. This has been bothering me. I went there, and the music Trump is playing is generally by non-American artists. I don't know what's up with that. Now, Van Morrison is Irish, I think, but there's a lot of Rolling Stones who are British. Elton John, Funeral for a Friend, which is a weird choice that's played before the rallies, and very little American. I guess the only one in the mix there was Born in the Bayou by Creedence Clearwater Revival, which is questionable. I mean, it's a good song. It's a little less well-known than some of Creedence's other hits, but it is, the Bayou, the Bayou states are Louisiana, and also to some extent Alabama and Mississippi, which are not states that are swing states at all. And am I supposed to wrap it up now? Okay, back to politics. Joe the boss wants me to talk about that. Well, if you have opinions on the music Trump goes with, Adam_Taxon, and we'll probably do something with this at some point. But the nominations are done. We're looking forward to a lot of coverage on RSBN. Let me remind you of another reason you should be following the convention at RSBN. We don't talk over all the speeches. Yeah, I have my chance to talk right now because we're just trying to avoid a copyright issue while they play Van Morrison's Domino. But meanwhile, you look at Fox News and they're talking over all the speeches like you really want to hear them anymore. Here, now's your chance to talk to me, but I'm not going to talk over your speeches. So you can, by the way, if you look at the screen, you see some people dancing not particularly well, But we have some live speeches coming up next. Let me catch my breath for a second here, because Domino is a fairly long song. Actually, some of the dancing isn't that bad. They like to stereotype Republicans dancing, saying we don't have any soul, like at the DNC.
Opening night of the Republican convention has just ended. What should you...
That's what you might hear on another channel right now. So thoughts on the music that's played. While I wrap up here, you can, again, put your thoughts about the music. Send it to me at Adam_Taxon at Twitter. The RSBN feed is used a little more sparingly, but you should always be checking that. And you should stay tuned with us for the live speeches all night, or for the next few hours, and they're going to be some good ones. Thank you for listening to RSBN. Make America great again.
Pursuant to Rule 40D of the Rules of the Republican Party, I formally declare Donald J. Trump and Michael R. Pence the Republican nominees for President and Vice President of these United States.
Please welcome Jay Shepard, the National Committeeman of Vermont.
I am a Catholic. I am pro-life. I fight for religious freedom. I am a Republican. And by the grace of God, I am an American. So let us pray. Thank you, O Lord, for the gifts that you provide us, not just because we deserve them, but solely by your grace and mercy. We pray in thanksgiving for members of our armed services and to their families who sacrifice greatly to ensure our sacred freedom that we so often take for granted, so that we can continue to live in the land of the free. We will be forever grateful that you have blessed this nation with great men and women that stand on the front lines of law enforcement every day. We are thankful for those who continue to fight for religious freedom. You have chosen us, O Lord, as we gather here today to make a difference in the world. We ask that you guide us to discern what difference we can make, to recognize what is right and what is wrong. We ask for the courage and conviction to do what's right in the face of any adversity. Most of all, help us recognize that we are here through the mercy and grace of you, our Creator, and that as Americans, we are blessed and should be thankful every day for the gifts you have provided to us. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen.
Delegates and alternates, please welcome co-chairman of the Republican National Committee, Sharon Day.
Good evening. Good evening, and what an honor it is to be with all of you this evening. And especially to be here in Cleveland, where we have nominated the individual that is going to make America great again, Donald J. Trump. As I look around this room at the different delegations, I understand the responsibility each of us have. We need Ohio, we need Pennsylvania, we need my home state of Florida, and we need Wisconsin. We need each and every state to deliver and make sure that on election day that we are going to save America. Because just consider for a minute, what would America look like with a Hillary Clinton as president? Our military would have a commander-in-chief who has already lied to the families of American soldiers on how and why they died in Benghazi. People who create jobs would continue to be punished. Our small businesses would suffer. and industries would be destroyed as our fellow Americans all across this country continue to lose their jobs. Honesty, integrity, and ethics. They would now be taught in history class, because if crooked Hillary is elected, that's what would happen to the values in this country. They would become history. Hillary Clinton wants you to vote for her simply because she says that she will make history. Well, Mrs. Clinton, we don't call that history. We call that hypocrisy. She repeatedly plays the gender card. In fact, she boasts, "Deal me in." Well, Mrs. Clinton, consider yourself dealt in, because as a senator, you paid women less than the men in your office. As Secretary of State, you lied to the mothers, the daughters, and the sisters of men who gave their life for our country in combat. As head of a foundation, you accepted tens of millions of dollars from foreign countries who enslave women and who treat them as second-class citizens. As a mother and as a grandmother, you have no problem supporting policies that terminate the life of the unborn. And as First Lady, you viciously attacked the character of women who were sexually abused at the hands of your husband. Now, don't get me wrong. I want to see a woman be president one day. I want my granddaughters to see a woman as president one day. But I stand before you and I say, not that woman, not Hillary Clinton, not today, not now, not ever. Because America deserves a president they can trust. They deserve a president that is worthy of being a commander-in-chief. We deserve a president who tells the truth. A president who doesn't look at the cameras and directly lies to the American people about our fallen soldiers. There is no question that Donald J. Trump would be better and is better for my children, for my grandchildren, and for this great country than Hillary Clinton could ever be. As a citizen activist that our founding fathers expected us to be, let's join together in the fight to save our country for the next generation. Let's stand together as the daughters and the sons of liberty, and let's fight the oppressive government of Hillary Clinton by electing Donald J. Trump, the next president of the greatest country in the world. God bless. God bless our proud military men, women, and their families. May God bless each of you. And may God always bless this, our special place we call our home. Godspeed on our journey together. Let's make history. Thank you. God bless. Thank you.
Please join me in welcoming American businessman and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship Mixed Martial Arts Organization, Dana White.
What's up, GOP? Good evening, everyone. My name is Dana White. I am the president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. Thank you. I'm sure most of you are wondering, what are you doing here? I am not a politician. I am a fight promoter. But I was blown away and honored to be invited here tonight. And I wanted to show up and tell you about my friend, Donald Trump. The Donald Trump that I know. In 2001, my partners and I bought the UFC, and it was basically considered a blood sport. State Athletic Commission didn't support us. Arenas around the world refused to host our events. Nobody took us seriously. Nobody. Except Donald Trump. Donald was the first guy that recognized the potential that we saw in the UFC and encouraged us to build our business. He hosted our first two events at his venue. He dealt with us personally. He got in the trenches with us, and he made a deal that worked for everyone. On top of that, he showed up for the fight on Saturday night and sat in the front row. Yeah, he's that guy. He shows up. Donald championed the UFC before it was popular, before it grew into a successful business, and I will always be grateful, so grateful to him for standing with with us in those early days. So tonight, I stand with Donald Trump. Let me tell you 3 things that I respect about this man. First, Donald has great business instincts. He supports businesses of all sizes. He'll make it possible for them to grow and succeed, which is the backbone of a strong economy. Second, Donald is a hard worker. This guy's going to get up there. He's going to roll up his sleeves. He will work with people, and he will put in the time to get things done. Third, for over 15 years, Donald Trump has been a loyal and supportive friend. And I know that if I needed Donald, he would be there for me just like he was when I first met him. He's one of these guys that sometimes he'll pick up the phone and he'll call me and say, hey, good luck with the fights tonight. I'm going to be watching, or whatever it is that we might have going on. And he always reaches out to me when something has happened in my career. Back in 2011, we signed this huge network television deal with Fox, and they did a big write-up in the New York Times. Donald took that paper and he wrote on the front and said, congratulations, Dana, I always knew you were going to do it. Just for the record, Donald has nothing to do with my business. We're not in business together. His interest in me and my business are personal. And in my opinion, you can really tell a person's true character when they're happy for somebody else's success. Okay? And I think that sense of loyalty and commitment will translate into how he will run this country. And let's be honest, folks, we need somebody who believes in this country, we need somebody who's proud of this country, and who will fight for this country. Let me tell you something. I've been in the fight business my whole life. I know fighters. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump is a fighter, and I know he will fight for this country. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Please give a warm welcome to Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hail from the great state of Arkansas. We know from personal experience that we don't need Hillary Clinton in the White House. I have been in the public arena during the administration of 6 presidents, from federal prosecutor under President Reagan to Congress, the DEA, and then Homeland Security after 9/11. I have seen America at its best, and I have seen America put to the test. There has never been a more urgent time for leadership. America's strength and boldness are desperately needed on the world stage, and a new energy is demanded at home to build our economy and to defeat terrorism. Strength, boldness, and new energy are not words that describe Hillary Clinton. This is the same Hillary we knew in Arkansas and later in Washington for so many years. Hillary always wanted more government, and her dreams have only gotten bigger. Regretfully, she offers more of the same uncertain leadership in fighting terrorism, the same failed top-down approach to health care, where Washington tells the states what to do, the same nanny state regulations that strangle the economic strength of America. If you like the last 8 years, then Hillary will give you double for your trouble. But good things are happening in the states. In Arkansas, we are creating jobs and leading in computer science education. Unemployment is the lowest in the recorded history of Arkansas, and we have a $177 million surplus. We can do better, though, for our country at the national level. We need a president that values the role of the states will destroy ISIS and jumpstart our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, experience matters. On the campaign trail, Hillary Clinton emphasized her experience. Yes, experience matters, but judgment matters more. Despite her experience, Hillary Clinton's poor decisions have produced bad results. Just think about it. Hillary Clinton's radical attempts at so-called reform of the nation's healthcare system would have been more destructive than even Obamacare has been. Hillary Clinton's bad judgment, as you heard last night, left us 4 dead Americans in Benghazi. It resulted in instability in Egypt, Syria, and Libya, the rise of ISIS, the resurgence of Russia, and emboldened North Korea, inappropriate ties between foreign governments and the Clinton Foundation, and a more dangerous world. When it comes to being commander-in-chief, we don't want a president who, in the words of the FBI, is extremely careless in the handling of classified material. Donald Trump represents a different kind of leadership. He is exactly the kind of transparent, straight-talking leader America needs right now. A Hillary Clinton presidency will endanger our national security. It will be the wrong direction for our economy and will undermine the innovation coming from the states. A Trump presidency will be about the art of the possible. Donald Trump is the right leader for our time. Mike Pence is the right leader for our time. Thank you. God bless America.
Please welcome the Attorney General of Arkansas, Leslie Rutledge.
Good evening. Sometimes Hillary Clinton speaks with a New York accent. Sometimes an Arkansas accent. But y'all, this is what a real Arkansas woman sounds like. Hillary may not know where she's from, but Arkansans know exactly who she is. Arkansans know who I am. Raised on a cattle farm, married to a row crop farmer. And I'm a Christian, pro-life, gun-carrying, conservative woman. And I'm the first female and first Republican elected Attorney General of Arkansas. The very same office Bill Clinton held when those two launched their careers of corruption. Hillary says when they left the White House, they were poor. And while they've made millions, she's still poor in all the ways that really count. Poor judgment, poor policies, and poor decisions. Hillary is a lawyer, but she acts like the law doesn't apply to her. Absolutely no good could have come from merging her public service with her private interest, much less her private server. What we know about her scandals is bad. What we don't know may be worse. Why did Bill's speaking fees skyrocket as soon as she became Secretary of State? Why did donors to the Clinton Foundation receive favorable treatment from the State Department? Deception and dishonesty are all second nature to Hillary. As my daddy likes to say, Hillary will lie even when the truth would serve her better. I broke a glass ceiling. I know the importance of doing so, but a historical milestone need not come at the expense of America. Unlike Hillary, Donald Trump knows that women and men are not single-issue voters. We care about jobs, the economy, and national security. I know this race will shape the Supreme Court for generations. Do we want the late Antonin Scalia to be replaced by a liberal activist judge? Donald Trump will nominate conservative justices who will uphold the Constitution, support the rule of law, and rein in out-of-control federal bureaucrats. Frankly, Hillary needs to go to her own house and not the White House. And she can take Ruth Bader Ginsburg with her. My fellow Americans, it's time to update your resumes because Donald Trump is growing jobs, and with a Trump presidency, America will be closed to overregulation and open for business. God bless each and every one of you, and God bless America. Thank you.
Please welcome former United States Attorney General Michael Mukasey.
You know, over the years, Hillary Clinton has done a lot of things and said a lot of things to show why she should not be President of the United States. But how she treated and what she did with government secrets when she was Secretary of State, and what she said about what she did both before and after she got caught, exquisitely sums up the case against her presidency. She sent and received secret and top secret and beyond top secret information and emails on an unsecure private email system instead of on the secure government system. And she did it without authorization. She said, falsely, that there was no classified information. She said, falsely, that what she did was authorized. And what else did she say? She said, and these are her words, when we travel to sensitive places like Russia, we often received warnings from department security officials to leave our Blackberries, laptops, anything that communicated with the outside world on the plane with their batteries removed to prevent foreign intelligence services from compromising them. And then she added, falsely, even in friendly settings, we conducted business under secret security precautions, taking care when and how we read secret material and used our technology. That's from her book, which is entitled, ironically, Hard Choices. Hard choices indeed. In reality, we now know that she chose to use her private email overseas in countries that were hostile to the United States and that have sophisticated hacking capability. Although her system was so remarkably primitive, the FBI couldn't figure out whether or not it had been hacked. We do know that the emails of people she communicated with were hacked. So I guess about her emails, We're soon going to hear the same infamous question that we heard about the death of 4 Americans in Benghazi. What difference at this point does it make? Well, Secretary Clinton, it makes a big difference. The United States is the only country in the world that was founded based not on blood or land, but based on a law, the Constitution. Hillary Clinton is running for an office, the presidency, whose powers and duties are defined by that law. The most important power that that law gives the president is to be commander-in-chief of the armed forces to protect the country. That law imposes really only one substantive duty on the president, and that is, as written in the Constitution, to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. That law, the Constitution, specifically requires that before taking up those powers and duties, the president swear to an oath, and it's the only oath that's set forth in the Constitution, to faithfully execute the office and to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. Hillary Clinton took a similar oath before she became Secretary of State. You know what that adds up to? What that adds up to is that Hillary Clinton is asking the people of this country, the people of the United States, to make her the first president in history to take the constitutional oath of office after already having violated it. The message from this convention to everyone watching these proceedings, and the message to her, should be loud, clear, and short. No way, Hillary. No way on earth. Thank you very much.
Please welcome from New York, businessman Andy Wist.
Thank you. It's great to be here. It's been a lot of fun the last few days watching the media speculate about me. Who's Andy West, they all asked. Someone said I was Batman. I said, that's Adam West, dummy. Some of these reporters need to get a life. Look, you want to know who Andy West is? I'll tell you. I'm living proof that the American dream is real. I grew up in Brooklyn and started a business in my mother's backyard when I was 21 years old. Standard waterproofing. We restore building exteriors. Today we have 140 employees. Not as big as Mr. Trump's company, but still pretty good, right? I'm also the trustee of Teamster Local 522 because, like Donald Trump and Mike Pence, I believe that working men and women still matter in this country, and we have to look out for them. After 8 years of President Obama, I don't see the American dream like I did when I was starting out. All I see is too many people out of work, too many jobs shipped overseas, and too many politicians who just don't care. It's a mess. Who's going to fix it? Hillary Clinton? After 30 years in public life, her only accomplishment is beating the rap every time she breaks the law. Donald Trump is a builder. He's a leader who will bring us together. He will make America work again so we can believe again. I'm not a big, important person. I'm just a regular guy. I love my family. I love my country. I lived a great life. But I'm not going to be around forever, and neither will you be. This November, we get to decide what kind of world we leave behind. When I'm gone, I want my children and your children and our grandchildren to be able to live the American dream like I have. And the only way we keep the American dream alive is by electing Donald Trump president. Thank you. God bless Donald Trump. God bless America.
Please welcome the Senator from Wisconsin, Ron Johnson.
Ladies and gentlemen, what difference at this point does it make? I am the guy that got under her skin and provoked that infamous response from Hillary Clinton by asking a pretty simple question. Why didn't you just pick up the phone and call the survivors? But instead of doing that, she hatched a cover-up story and repeatedly lied to the American people. She even lied to the surviving family members of Americans' fallen heroes. Think about that for a moment. She looked those family members right in the eye, and then she lied. And of course, Hillary's cold, calculated lying continues. If we can't trust her to tell us the truth, how can we possibly trust her to lead America? So let me tell you and Hillary Clinton what difference it does make when America's leaders cannot be trusted and when our commander-in-chief fails miserably by employing a strategy of peace through withdrawal instead of achieving peace through strength. It made a difference to the young Yazidi woman I met who was captured and brutalized by ISIS barbarians, the joy of life hauntingly absent in her eyes. It made a difference to the travelers passing through airports in Brussels, in Istanbul, who just wanted to get home to their family and friends. It made a difference to the ordinary Americans sharing holiday cheer at a Christmas party in San Bernardino. It made a difference to the young men and women dancing on a summer night at a club in Orlando. And it made a difference to the families watching fireworks at a celebration of freedom in Nice. These are just a few of the examples of Islamic terrorists. Let me repeat that. Radical Islamic terrorists slaughtering and brutalizing their innocent victims. So the question is, when will America actually confront this terrible reality? We certainly won't if Democrats win in November. In Wisconsin, I'm running against Russ Feingold, a man who, even after 9/11, was the only senator to vote against giving law enforcement the tools they need to help stop international terror. During his 18-year Senate career, he also voted against authorizing our military 11 separate times. Now he's asking Wisconsinites to give him a fourth term, just as Hillary Clinton is asking America to give her Obama's third term. The world is simply too dangerous to elect either of them. Instead, America needs strong leadership. Leaders who will jumpstart our economy, secure our borders, strengthen our military, and accomplish the goal that President Obama set out over 22 months ago. We must defeat ISIS and then remain fully committed to destroying Islamic terrorists wherever they hide. It doesn't have to be like this. We shouldn't have to live in fear. But if we want to change that reality, we must understand exactly what is at stake. This is a fight for freedom. This is not somebody else's fight. This is our fight, and it is a fight that we absolutely must win. Donald Trump and Mike Pence understand that these must be America's top priorities. They will be strong leaders working with Republicans in the House and the Senate to achieve a goal that can unite us all: a safe, a prosperous and secure America. Our future hangs in the balance. We must unify, work tirelessly, and together save this great nation. So God bless your efforts, and God bless America. Thank you.
Please give a warm welcome to the Executive Director of the NRA Institute for Legislative Action, Chris Cox.
I want to talk to you tonight about a very personal freedom, your right to protect your life. Because as much as we don't like to think about it, we live in dangerous times. We're worried, and we have reason to be, because our government has failed to keep us safe. You have to be able to protect yourself and your family, and that's what the Second Amendment is all about. Imagine a young mother at home with her baby when a violent predator kicks the door in. He's a 3-time loser who was released from prison early because some politician wanted to show their compassion. What's she going to do? She'll dial 911 and pray. The police will do their best to get there quickly, but their average response time is 11 minutes. So the question is, should she be able to defend herself with a firearm in her own home? Of course. Friends, that question is on the ballot in November. And here's why. 8 years ago, the Supreme Court ruled that we have a fundamental individual right to protect ourselves and our families with a firearm in our own homes. They should have ruled it 9-0, but the Second Amendment survived by just one vote. After Justice Scalia's death, that vote is gone. In case you're wondering where Hillary Clinton stands, she said, quote, "The Supreme Court is wrong on the Second Amendment." Think about that. All the Supreme Court said was that you have the right to protect your life in your own home, but Hillary says they're wrong. It's that simple. A Hillary Clinton Supreme Court means your right to own a firearm is gone. Make no mistake, this election is not about the next 4 years. It's about the next 40 years. So voting for Hillary Clinton or not voting is simply not an option. What's so outrageous is that for the rest of her life, Hillary Clinton will never even think about dialing 911. For the past 30 years, she hasn't taken a walk, a nap, or a bathroom break without a good guy with a gun there to protect her. So it's easy for her to dismiss a right that she will never have to use. But for the rest of us, the choice to own a firearm is ours to make. In America, there cannot be one set of rules for the Clintons and another set for us. But here's Hillary's problem. American women are the fastest growing group of gun owners. Millions own firearms. Millions and millions more are thinking about it. It's not Hillary Clinton who says women should have that choice. It's Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a life member of the National Rifle Association. So are his sons, Don and Eric, because we're the largest and oldest civil rights organization in America. We fight for the rights of all Americans, regardless of race, religion, or sexual orientation, because the right to protect your life is the most precious right you have. Friends, the 5 million men and women of the NRA will fight without apology for your right to protect your life. But we are on the cusp. We are on the cusp of losing this great American freedom, and with it, this great nation. The only way we save it is by electing Donald Trump the next president of the United States. Thank you and God bless you.
Please welcome professional golfer Natalie Golbes.
Thank you. I appreciate this incredible opportunity to speak to you about a man I greatly admire, a man I found to be gracious, generous, and inspiring. I must begin, however, by saying there is a great deal of irony that I'm speaking to you tonight because when I earned my tour card 16 years ago, I was told there's only two things you don't talk about in public: faith and politics. Well, tonight, I'm prepared to violate both those admonitions as I stand before you at the Republican National Convention as a Christian woman. I believe that God's timing is perfect, and He puts people in our lives to help make us a positive impact on those around us and to help us achieve our goals. One of those people, for me, is Donald Trump. The first time I played golf with him in 2005, I shared two things I had told countless CEOs, billionaires, and politicians before him. One, I had a dream to open up my own Boys and Girls Club. And two, I was deeply frustrated about being treated differently as a woman, overlooked, and underpaid in business. These words previously fell on deaf, albeit well-intentioned ears, but that day was different. They finally fell on ears that cared enough to take action. I'm proud to tell you that with Donald's help, I opened up the Natalie Golbes Boys and Girls Club. And in response to my frustrations about being treated unfairly as a woman, he adamantly rejected the notion and instead offered me a simple idea that changed my life forever. Never fear challenging the status quo. He encouraged me to think of myself not as a female athlete, but as a business person. In everything you do, be fearless, he reminded me. Be fearless. As an athlete, fearlessness came natural to me. But as a businesswoman, I faced challenges that weren't always on a level playing field. Even today, I face challenges, and Donald remains a consistent voice, encouraging me to stand up to gender injustices and to lean in to any professional challenge that comes my way. I hope you take these principles about generosity and fearlessness and that they can have a similar impact for you in your life like they've had in mine. Ronald Reagan said, "Status quo is Latin for the mess we're in." And while I believe that this is the greatest time to be a woman in the greatest country in the history of the world, I have no delusions that there isn't a mess to clean up. And we desperately need someone to clean up that mess. That person is Donald Trump. And if one's history of fearlessness and challenging the status quo is an indicator for meaningful change, then Donald Trump is the person to bring that to America. Thank you.
Good evening. Are you having fun?
Melania and I had such a great time last night, an unbelievable evening. Today has been a very, very special day. Watching my children put me over the top earlier. The party seal, what we did, getting the party's nomination, I'll never forget it. It's something I will never, ever forget. A little over 1 year ago, I announced my candidacy for president, and with your vote today, this stage of the presidential process has come to a close. Together, we've achieved historic results with the largest vote total in the history of the Republican Party. This is a movement, but we have to go all the way. I'm so proud to be your nominee for President of the United States. I look forward to sharing my thoughts with you on Thursday night on how we build a brighter and more hopeful future for all Americans. It's an honor to run on a ticket with Governor Mike Pence, who is an incredible man and who will make a great, great vice president. I'll be with him in Cleveland tomorrow night, and we'll be together again on Thursday night. And by the way, we are going to win the state of Ohio. And also, of course, we're going to win the presidency and bring real change and leadership back to Washington. This is going to be a leadership, by the way, that puts the American people first. We're going to bring back our jobs. We're going to rebuild our depleted military and take care of our great veterans. We're going to have strong borders. We're going to get rid of ISIS. And we're going to restore law and order. We have to restore, and quickly, law and order, among many and just so many other things. And I'll be discussing with that Thursday night. We'll be talking all about it. But together, most importantly, we are going to make America great again. Have a fantastic evening. I'll see you tomorrow night. I'll see you on Thursday night. And we will win in November. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know, I've been around a while, and I've been around the Clintons more than anybody should ever have to be. A couple of years ago, Bill and Hillary camped out in my state telling anyone who'd listen why they ought to vote against me. Tonight, I'm here to return the favor. I'm a patient man. As a young child in the South, I was struck with polio and forced to stay off my feet for 2 years. That experience taught me an abiding gratitude for my parents. And it also taught me how to wait, which comes in handy when you're the leader of the U.S. Senate. More than anything, though, my job has taught me the value of trust, how to distinguish between people who are in this to serve others and people who are in it for themselves. I'm here to tell you, Hillary Clinton will say anything, do anything, and be anything to get elected president, and we cannot allow it. The American people are tired of hearing about the bounty of government while the cost of caring for a family or meeting daily expenses grows out of reach. Over the past few years, they've seen government abuse their office and get rewarded for it. They've seen the middle class actually shrink. And in the midst of this, they've raised a very simple complaint. Who's looking out for us? It's not Hillary. I've had my differences with Barack Obama, but I'll give him credit for this. At least he was up front about his plans to move America to the far left. To the far left. Not Hillary. She lied about her emails. She lied about her server. She lied about Benghazi. She even lied about sniper fire. Why, even she lied about why her parents named her Hillary. So I ask you a simple question. At a moment when so many feel betrayed by their government, why in the world would Democrats put forward such a candidate? Hillary has changed her positions on so many times, it's impossible to tell where the conviction ends and the ambition begins. In 2010, she said Iran could enrich uranium. In 2014, she said she's always argued against it. Once a backer of the Keystone Pipeline, last year she opposed it. She used to be against sanctuary cities, then she claimed she was for them, and now we're not sure where she is. Friends, not since Baghdad Bob has there been a public figure with such a tortured relationship with the truth. Fortunately, there's a clear choice before us, and it's not Hillary. You know what the next 4 years will look like with Hillary, and you know that if Hillary is president, we'll continue to slide, distracted by the scandals that follow the Clintons like flies. 2 years ago, voters delivered a clear verdict on the Obama years by sending a freshman class of rock star Republicans to the Senate and delivering us a majority that I promised to make you proud of. We'd never hesitate to confront the president, but we'd also do the hard work of tackling urgent problems head on. And we delivered on that promise. We put Obamacare repeal on the president's desk. He vetoed it. Donald Trump would sign it. We passed a bill to finally build the Keystone Pipeline. Obama vetoed it. Donald Trump would sign it. We passed a bill to defund Planned Parenthood. Obama vetoed it. Donald Trump would sign it. And on that sad day when we lost Justice Scalia, I made another pledge that Obama would not fill this seat. That honor will go to Donald Trump next year. So with Donald Trump in the White House, Senate Republicans will build on the work we've done and pass more bills into law than any Senate in years. We've already passed the first major education reform in more than a decade and ended Common Core. We made the first significant reforms to Social Security in 3 decades. We passed a crucial cybersecurity bill. We imposed sanctions on North Korea. We passed the first major highway bill in more than a decade. We passed a bill to combat the scourge of human trafficking. And just last week, we passed the first major law aimed at confronting the heartbreaking explosion of heroin and opioid abuse. So, my friends, keep the Senate in Republican hands, and we'll continue this work. And the remarkable public servants that I'm proud to lead in the Senate will not let you down. But put Hillary Clinton in the White House, and I promise you this, she will double down on the cynical approach that Senate Democrats seem to revel in these days. Here's what I mean. As we sit here tonight, a terrifying mosquito-borne illness threatens expectant mothers and their babies along our southern coast. And just last week, Clinton Democrats in the Senate blocked a bill aimed at eradicating that virus before it can spread. And they weren't finished. They blocked a defense funding bill, a bill that would support the brave men and women who are right now defending us overseas. What in the world do these people think public service is about? I don't know. But I know this. If Hillary Clinton is our president, nothing will change. So tonight I ask you to continue. Let us continue our work. Let us put justices on the Supreme Court who cherish our Constitution. Let's keep the Senate. And let's elect a president and a vice president who really believe America is exceptional. Thank you, my friends, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator Dan Sullivan of Alaska, joined by Majority Leader Mitch McConnell from Kentucky, and United States Senators Shelley Moore Capito from West Virginia, Tom Cotton from Arkansas, Steve Daines from Montana, Joni Ernst from Iowa, James Langford from Oklahoma, David Perdue from Georgia, Michael Rounds from South Dakota, and Tom Tillis from North Carolina.
Hello, Republicans! I'm Dan Sullivan from the great state of Alaska. And I'm proud to be standing here tonight with my fellow freshman senators. This is who we are. Governors and doctors, educators and ministers, CEOs and hog farmers, moms and dads, we have served in the United States Army, in the United States Marines, and now we serve in the United States Senate. In 2014, you made this happen. Republicans all across the country coming together who wanted new energy in the Senate and who wanted to fire Harry Reid. And that's exactly what we did. In 2016, we need to keep that momentum going. We need to keep the Senate in Republican hands and win back the White House. We will put coal miners and oil drillers back to work. Not target them for extinction as Hillary has promised. We must reignite economic opportunity and the American dream for everybody. And when we do this together, we will make America great again. Thank you.
Please welcome back the Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan of Wisconsin.
Hey, everybody. Hey, thank you all very, very much. On Wisconsin. Yeah. Hey, delegates, friends, fellow citizens. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the privilege of addressing this 41st convention of the Party of Lincoln. And as part of my chairman duties, let me thank all of the people of this beautiful city for looking after us this week. And above all, I want to thank the men and women who are here from law enforcement for your service. You know, standing up here again, it all has kind of a familiar feel. Students of trivia will recall that last time around I was your nominee for vice president. It was a great honor. It was a great honor even if things didn't work out quite according to the plan. Hey, I'm a positive guy. I found some other things to keep me busy. And I like to look at it this way. The next time that there's a State of the Union address, I don't know where Joe Biden or Barack Obama are going to be, but you'll find me right there on the rostrum with Vice President Mike Pence and President Donald Trump. Democracy is a series of choices. We Republicans have made our choice. Have we had our arguments this year? Sure we have. You know what I call those? Signs of life. Signs of a party that's not just going through the motions, not just mouthing new words for the same old stuff. Meanwhile, what choice has the other party made in this incredible year filled with so many surprises? Here we are, at a time when men and women in both parties so clearly, so undeniably want a big change in direction for America, a clean break from a failed system. And what does the Democratic Party establishment offer? What is their idea of a clean break? They are offering a third Obama term brought to you by another Clinton. And you're supposed to be excited about that. For a country so ready for change, it feels like we've been cleared for takeoff and then somebody announced we're all going back to the gate. It's like we've been on hold forever, waiting and waiting to finally talk to a real person, and somehow we've been sent back to the main menu. Watch the Democratic Party convention next week. That 4-day infomercial of politically correct moralizing. And let it be a reminder of all that is at stake in this election. You can get through 4 days of it with a little help from the mute button. But 4 more years of it? Not a chance. Not a chance. Look, the Obama years are almost over. The Clinton years are way over. 2016 is the year America moves on. From now to November, we will hear how many different ways progressive elitists can find to talk down to the rest of America. To tell the voters that the Obama years have been good for you, that you should be grateful, and well, now it's Hillary's turn. The problem is really simple. The problem here is very simple. There is a reason people in our country are disappointed and restless. If opportunity seems like it's been slipping away, that's because it has. And liberal progressive ideas have done exactly nothing to help. Wages never seem to go up. The whole economy feels stuck. And millions of Americans, middle-class security is now just a memory. Progressives like our president, like to talk forever about poverty in America. And if high-sounding talk did any good, we'd have overcome those deep problems long ago. This explains why, under the most liberal president we have had so far, poverty in America is worse, especially for our fellow citizens who are promised better and who need it most. The result is a record of discarded promises, empty gestures, phony strawman arguments, reforms put off forever, shady power plays like the one that gave us Obamacare, constitutional limits brushed off as nothing, and all the while, dangers in the world downplayed, even as the threats go bolder and come closer. It's the last chapter of an old story. Progressives deliver everything except progress. Yet, we know better than most. We know better than to think that Republicans can win only on the failures of Democrats. It still comes down to a contest of ideas, which is really good news, ladies and gentlemen, because when it's about ideas, the advantage goes to us. Against the dreary backdrop of arrogant bureaucracies, pointless mandates, reckless borrowing, willful retreat from the world, and all that progressives have in store for us, the Republican Party stands as the great enduring alternative party. We believe in making government, as Ronald Reagan said, not the distributor of gifts and privilege, but once again the protector of our liberties. Let the other party go on making its case for more government control over every aspect of our lives, more taxes to pay, more debt to carry, more rules to follow, more judges who just make it up as they go along. We, in this party, we are committed to a federal government that acts again as a servant, accountable to the people, following the Constitution, and venturing not 1 inch beyond the consent of the governed. We in this party offer a better way for our country, based on fundamentals that go back to the founding generation. We believe in a free society, where aspiration and effort can make the difference in every life, where your starting point is not your destiny, and where your first chance is not your only chance. We offer a better way for America with ideas that actually work. A reformed tax code that rewards free enterprise instead of just enterprising lobbyists. A reformed healthcare system that operates by free choice instead of by force and doesn't leave you answering to cold, clueless bureaucrats. A commitment to a renewed commitment to building a 21st century military and giving our veterans the care that they were promised and the care that they earned. And we offer a better way for dealing with persistent poverty in this country. A way that shows poor Americans the world beyond liberal warehousing and check writing, into the life everyone can find with opportunity and independence. The happiness of using your gifts and the dignity of having a job. And you know what? None of this will happen under Hillary Clinton. Only with Donald Trump and Mike Pence do we have a chance at a better way. And last point. Let the other party go on and on with its constant dividing up of people. Always playing one group against the other, as if group identity were everything. In America, aren't we all supposed to be and see beyond class, see beyond ethnicity, or all these other lines drawn to set us apart and lock us into groups? Real social progress is always a widening of the circle of concern and protection. It's respect and empathy overtaking blindness and indifference. It's understanding that by the true measure, we are all neighbors and countrymen, called each one of us to know what is right and kind and just, and to go and do likewise. Everyone is equal. Everyone has a place. No one is written off, because there is worth and goodness in every life. Straight from the Declaration of Independence, that is the Republican ideal. And if we won't defend it, who will? So much that you and I care about. So many things that we stand for in the balance in this coming election. Whatever we lack going into this campaign, we should not lack for motivation. In the plainest terms I know, it is all on the line. So let's act that way. Let's act that way. Let's use the edge we have, because it is still what earns the trust in the votes. This year of surprises and dramatic turns can end in the finest possible way, when America elects a conservative governing majority. We can do this. We can earn that mandate if we don't hold anything back, if we never lose sight of the stakes, if we never lose sight of what's on the table. Our candidates will be giving their all. They'll be giving their utmost, and every one of us has got to go and do the same. So what do you say? What do you say? What do you say that we unify this party? What do you say that we unify this party at this crucial moment when unity is everything? Let's take our fight to our opponents with better ideas. Let's get on the offensive and let's stay there. Let's compete in every part of America and turn out of the polls like every last vote matters, because it will. Fellow Republicans, what we have begun here, let's see this thing through. Let's win this thing. Let's show America our best and nothing less. Thank you, and God bless.
Join me in welcoming House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy.
Thank you. I'm proud to be a conservative from California. Now, we have listened, and you have told us enough. Enough of feeling like your government is ignoring you. Enough of Washington bailouts and handouts. Enough of feeling less safe and less secure in a more dangerous world where the bad guys are winning and the good guys are losing. But I have good news. In 112 days, it is over. Now, in this election, the stakes have never been higher. Do we settle for the path we are on, or do we take a better way? Now, Republicans believe that families who work hard should get ahead. Republicans believe in an America that isn't divided by race, religion, or gender. Republicans believe that America only works if we put your interest above the special interest. But that is not what has happened for the past 8 years. For 8 years, we have had a president who's promised us so much, but delivered so little. The lies we were told about Obamacare, the destruction of jobs and entire industries, the empowerment of Iran and the rise of ISIS. Republicans have a better way. We have a plan to fix it. In our Republican agenda, our enemies will fear us. Our taxes will be fairer. People will be able to afford the health care they want. The people's voice will be heard. Government will help those who truly need it, and it will allow everyone to rise. So to those that are left behind by economic forces out of your control, we hear you. To those who are attacked for your beliefs, we hear you. To a nation that sees chaos spreading across America and across that globe, we hear you. And for our men and women in uniform, we hear you. Now, as a matter of principle, you will have the very best America has to offer. Those who have fought in the front lines should never have to wait in line. There is a better way, but this Republican agenda can only be realized if we disrupt the status quo. And let's admit, Hillary Clinton is the definition of status quo. We need a leader who shapes the future. The Democrats won't bring the future because they are stuck in the past. When innovation has brought more power to the people, Democrats want more power for Washington. When innovation advances technology, Hillary Clinton uses it to put American secrets at risk. This is not the path for our country. In these difficult times, I remember the words of President Ronald Reagan when he described America as that shining city upon the hill. Together, electing a Republican Congress, Donald Trump, Mike Pence, we can build a better America and make that shining city on the hill bright again. Thank you, and God bless America.
Please join me in welcoming from the state of New Jersey, Governor Chris Christie.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm here tonight not only as the governor of New Jersey, but also as Donald Trump's friend for the last 14 years. We are about to be led by not only a strong leader, but by a caring, genuine, and decent person. I'm proud to say that the voice of the people of our nation is being heard in this hall tonight, and those voices want Donald Trump to be the next president of the United States. But everybody, this election is not just about Donald Trump. No, it's also about his Democratic opponent, Hillary Rodham Clinton. Now, in the past few weeks, we've seen the Justice Department refuse to prosecute her. Over the last 8 years, we've seen this administration refuse to hold her accountable for her dismal record as Secretary of State. So let's do something fun tonight. Tonight, as a former federal prosecutor, I welcome the opportunity to hold Hillary Rodham Clinton accountable for her performance and her character. Now, all right, we're getting there. Give me a few more minutes, we'll get there. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to present the facts to you. You, tonight, sitting as a jury of her peers, both in this hall and in your living rooms around our nation. You see, since the Justice Department refuses to allow you to render a verdict, I'm going to present the case now on the facts against Hillary Rodham Clinton. Now, she was America's chief diplomat. So let's look around the world at the violence and the danger today in every region that has been infected by her flawed judgment. But I'm going to be specific so that you can render your verdict tonight on the basis of the facts. Let's go to North Africa. She was the chief engineer of the disastrous overthrow of Gaddafi in Libya. Libya today, after Hillary Clinton's grand strategy, their economy's in ruins, there's death and violence on the streets, and ISIS is now dominating that country. So I'm going to ask you this. Hillary Clinton, as a failure for ruining Libya and creating a nest for terrorist activity by ISIS, answer me now, is she guilty or not guilty? In Nigeria, Hillary Clinton amazingly fought for 2 years to keep an Al-Qaeda affiliate off of the terrorist watch list. Now, what happened because of this reckless action by the candidate who is the self-proclaimed champion of women all around the world? These Al-Qaeda terrorists abducted hundreds of innocent young women 2 years ago. These schoolgirls are still missing today. And what was the solution from the Obama-Clinton team? A hashtag campaign. So now let's figure it out. Let's decide. Hillary Clinton, as an apologist for an Al-Qaeda affiliate in Nigeria, resulting in the capture of innocent young women, is she guilty or not guilty? See, She fights for the wrong people. She never fights for us. She doesn't get the real threats that America faces. So now let's go to China. In China, Hillary Clinton praised the Chinese government for buying our debt to finance Barack Obama's bloated stimulus plan. She was so desperate for Chinese cash, she promised to oppose the Buy American provision in the stimulus bill in exchange for the cash to finance a huge expansion of federal government spending. So, Hillary Clinton, putting big government spending financed by the Chinese ahead of good paying jobs for middle class Americans, is she guilty or not guilty? Let's go to Syria. In Syria, imagine this. Imagine this. She called President Assad a reformer. She called Assad a different kind of leader. There's now 400,000 dead. Think about that. 400,000 dead at the hands of the man that Hillary defended. So we must ask this question. Hillary Clinton, as an awful judge of the character of a dictator and butcher in the Middle East, is she guilty or not guilty? Next in Iran, she launched the negotiations that brought about the worst nuclear deal in history. Let me be clear. America and the world are measurably less safe and less respected because of the Iran deal that Hillary helped cut. Period. After she launched those negotiations, she became the biggest cheerleader for this agreement in the end. It's a deal that will lead to a nuclear Iran, an Israel that will be less safe and secure, and a much more dangerous Middle East. So let's ask it. Hillary Clinton, as an inept negotiator of the worst nuclear arms deal in American history, is she guilty or not guilty? Next. Oh, believe me, we're not done yet. The indictment is hardly complete. Next, let's go to Russia. She went to the Kremlin on her very first visit and gave them that stupid, symbolic reset button. You know what I think that button should have read? It should have read delete. You know, she's very good at that, by the way. And it should have read delete because she deleted in 4 years the safety and security it took us to build in 40 years. The next year, she said our goal, America's goal, was to strengthen Russia. Strengthen an adversary led by a dictator who dreams of reassembling the old Soviet empire? What an extraordinarily dangerous lack of judgment. So once again, we need to ask, as a flawed evaluator of dictators and failed strategist who has permitted Russia back in as a major player in the Middle East, is Hillary Clinton guilty or not guilty? Now we go to Cuba. Hillary Clinton supported concessions to the Castro brothers and got almost nothing in return for ending the embargo. She supported a deal that didn't even require this murderous regime to return a cop killer, Joanne Chesimard, to face justice. See, I know about this personally. Joanne Chesimard murdered a New Jersey state trooper in cold blood, fled to Cuba, and lives there under Cuban protection to this very day. I want to ask you, how can someone live with their own conscience when you reward a domestic terrorist with continued safety and at the same time betray the family of a fallen police officer waiting for decades for justice for his murder? So let's ask the question. Hillary Clinton, as a coddler of the brutal Castro brothers and betrayer of the family of fallen state trooper Werner Foster and his family, is she guilty or not guilty? Now, finally here at home, in one of her first decisions as Secretary of State, she set up a private email server in her basement in violation of our national security. Let's face the facts. Hillary Clinton cared more about protecting her own secrets than she cared about protecting America's secrets. And then she lied about it over and over and over again. She said there was no marked classified information on her server. The FBI director said that's untrue. She said that she did not email any classified information. The FBI director says that's untrue. She said all work-related emails were sent back to the State Department. The FBI director said that's not true. So, as to Hillary Clinton, the charge of putting herself ahead of America, guilty or not guilty? I got another question for you. As to Hillary Clinton lying to the American people about her selfish, awful judgment in making our secrets vulnerable, what's your verdict? Guilty or not guilty? Now, time after time, the facts, and just the facts, lead you to the same verdict, both around the world and here at home. In Libya and Nigeria, guilty. In China and Syria. In Iran and Russia and Cuba. And here at home for risking America's secrets to keep her own and lying to cover it all up. Her focus group tested persona with no genuineness to be found is a sham, meant to obscure all the facts and leave you able to vote for her. We cannot promote someone to commander-in-chief who has made the world a more violent and dangerous place with every bad judgment she's made. We cannot make the chief law enforcement officer of the United States someone who has risked America's secrets and lied to the American people about it day after day after day. Here it is, everybody. We didn't disqualify Hillary Clinton to be President of the United States. The facts of her life and career disqualify her. See, I can tell that everybody in this hall agrees with this, but I want to take our last moments here to talk to all of you at home, in your living rooms, sitting there tonight. You're the ones who will decide this election. We have an alternative. We have a man who is unafraid. We have a man who wants to lead us. We have a man who understands the frustrations and the aspirations of our fellow citizens. We have a man who judges people based on their performance, regardless of your gender, your race, your ethnic or religious background. I implore you, we do not need to settle for less in this election. We cannot reward incompetence and deceit. We need to demand more than what Hillary Clinton offers for America. Because, see, we know exactly what 4 years of Hillary Clinton will bring. All the failures of the Obama years, but with less charm and more lies. Tonight, those of us in this hall and the people at home, it is our obligation to stop Hillary Clinton now and never let her get within 10 miles of the White House again. It is time to come together and make sure that Donald Trump is the next president of the United States. I am proud to be part of this team. Now let's go out and win this thing together. Let's go get him. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tiffany Trump.
Thank you all so much. It's so amazing to be with you tonight and say a few words about my father and your nominee for president. Please excuse me if I'm a little nervous. When I graduated college a couple of months ago, I never expected to be here tonight addressing the nation. I've given a few speeches in front of classrooms of students, but never in an arena with more than 10 million people watching. But, like my father, I never back down from challenges. So here I am, a little new to the convention scene, but incredibly honored and very confident in the good man that America is coming to know. It's often said that with enough effort and determination, you can do whatever you put your mind to. But saying those words and living them are different things, and my father has lived them. It's one of his defining qualities, and I've seen it in action all of my life. Whatever he does, he gives his all and does it well. His desire for excellence is contagious. He possesses a unique gift for bringing that trait out in others, starting with those closest to him. He's always helped me be the best version of myself. By encouragement and by example, he motivates me to work my hardest and to always stay true to who I am and what I believe. That's what he does. He draws out the talent and drive in people so that they can achieve their full potential. That's a great quality to have in a father, and better yet, in the President of the United States. As a recent college graduate, many of my accomplishments are still to come. But my dad takes such pride in all that I've done so far, no matter how big or how small. I still keep all of my report cards, some dating back to kindergarten, because I like to look back and see the sweet notes he wrote on each and every one of them. Contrary to what you might expect from someone who places an emphasis on results, my dad's comments referred often to the sentiments expressed by my teachers about how I acted in and out of the classroom, just not even focusing on the letter grades themselves. Donald Trump has never done anything halfway, least of all as a parent. My father always asked about my family in Georgia to make sure that they are healthy and safe. My uncle served in Vietnam, and my 97-year-old great-grandfather served in World War II. I believe the measure of a person is revealed in their darkest times. For me, the measure of a parent is based on how they support and bolster you when you're down. A few years ago, someone very dear to me passed away, and the first call I got, as I knew I would, came from my father. Without his unwavering support and care for me during such a challenging time, I don't know how I would have made it through. As far too many know, it is the small, loving acts that help an enormous amount in times of grief. My father is good with advice, as you might guess, but he keeps it short, and the takeaway is usually the same: to help us find our own way and our own gifts. If you do what you love, hold nothing back, and never let fear of failure get in the way, then you pretty much figured out the Trump formula. My dad is a natural-born encourager, the last person who will ever tell you to lower your sights or give up your dream. I always look forward to introducing him to my friends, especially the ones with preconceived notions, because they meet a man with natural charm and no facade. In person, my father is so friendly, so considerate, so funny, and so real. My friends walk away with a glimpse of all that he is and all that he means to me, of the strong, protective, kind, endearing man I am so proud to call my father. I never pictured myself saying all of this to a packed arena, but I am grateful and fortunate for the chance. I have admired my father all of my life, and I love him with all my heart. God bless you, and thank you.
Please join me in welcoming Carrie Woolard, General Manager of Trump Winery.
Good evening. It's such an honor to be here to speak to you about our next President of the United States. Donald Trump is a man of vision. He isn't a wide-eyed dreamer, but someone who sees things that others don't and turns that vision into reality, making life better for people and communities across the nation. I have experienced this firsthand at the Trump Winery and Hotel, which I manage. When Donald Trump purchased the winery in 2011, it was in receivership. Quickly and decisively, he went to work, building the hotel, replanting the vines, and making it a world-class destination and the largest vineyard in Virginia. Today, we employ more than 100 people and support countless other entrepreneurs, contractors, and suppliers throughout the region. We generate millions in revenue and millions more in taxes with a $50 million economic impact that further sustains and strengthens the community in which our employees and I live. The winery's turns have been impressive, with nearly 100% sales growth in just 5 years. I haven't just seen this happen, I've helped make it happen. And I can tell you, it would not have happened without Donald Trump and his family. Let me be clear, this was not easy, and it was not inevitable. It took a team of hardworking, dedicated employees. But it takes more than hard work alone. Our success would not have come to pass without the leadership and the vision of the Trumps. You often hear Donald Trump talk, but what you don't see is when he listens. He and his son Eric listen attentively and ask questions that lead to engaged, informed decisions based on the expert knowledge of those who have earned their trust. That trust is rewarded not just with compensation, but with authority and resources. The Trumps have also given a gift to those who know them, an approach and outlook to life that will always guide me. Because of them, I now think bigger, and in ways I didn't think were even possible. Donald Trump has told me that a person's own work ethic and drive are the only limitations to success. I now know this to be true. It isn't just a platitude. At Trump Winery, it is real. And I'll tell you, it is rare. It is accompanied by respect for my accomplishments and the opportunity to grow professionally. That is a direct result of Trump's leadership that we need more today, more than ever. in our country. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Donald Trump Jr. Thank you. Thank you. I'm the father of 5 young children, from 2-year-old Chloe to Kai, who just turned 9. I'm the husband to Vanessa, an amazing wife and mother, and the son of a great man. I'm an American. And tonight I want to talk to you about the country we live in, the country our children will grow up in. For my generation, this is the most important election of our lifetime, one that will determine the future of our country, and in turn, the future of the world. For too long, our country has ignored its problems, punting them down the road for future generations to deal with. In business, I was trained by my father to make the tough investments and decisions today to ensure a brighter future tomorrow. We've actually started to believe that solving our great problems is an impossible task. And that's why we need to elect a man who has a track record of accomplishing the impossible. For the first time, parents no longer think that their kids will be as well off as we were. We've lost the confidence in our leaders and the faith in our institutions. But remember one thing, we're still Americans, we're still one country, and we're going to get it all back. We're going to get it back better than ever before. I know we'll get it back because I know my father. I know that when people tell him it can't be done, that guarantees that he gets it done. I know that when someone tells him that something is impossible, that's what triggers him into action. When people told him it was impossible for a boy from Queens to go to Manhattan and take on developers in the big city, rather than give up, he changed the skyline of New York. I've seen it time and time again, that look in his eyes when someone says it can't be done. I saw that look a little over a year ago when he was told he couldn't possibly succeed in politics. Yes, he did. For my father, impossible is just the starting point. That's how he approaches business projects. That's how he approaches life. Whether it's teaching his granddaughter how to swing a golf club or tackling the toughest negotiations, he's always fully committed. That's why the person who had never run for office before stood on the stage 11 months ago in this very arena with 16 professional politicians. And this week, that same man will stand before you as our party's nominee for the President of the United States of America. As a proud son and family member, it was one of the great honors of my life to be able to put him over the top in the delegate count earlier today. His unrelenting determination is why he's going to become our next president, and why I know that when my father says he can fix the country, he means it. You want to know what kind of president he'll be? Let me tell you how he ran his businesses. And I know, because I was there with him, by his side, on job sites, in conference rooms, from the time I could walk. He didn't hide out behind some desk in an executive suite. He spent his career with regular Americans. He hung out with the guys on construction sites, pouring concrete and hanging sheetrock. He listened to them, and he valued their opinions as much and often more than the guys from Harvard and Wharton, locked away in offices away from the real work. He's recognized the talent and the drive that all Americans have. He's promoted people based on their character, their street smarts, and their work ethic, not simply paper credentials. To this day, many of the top executives in our company are individuals that started out in positions that were blue collar, but he saw something in them and he pushed them to succeed. His true gift as a leader is that he sees the potential in people that they don't even see in themselves. The potential that other executives would overlook because their resumes don't include the names of fancy colleges and degrees. I know he values those workers and those qualities in people because those are the individuals he had my siblings and me work under when we started out. That he would trust his own children's formative years to these men and women says all you need to know about Donald Trump. We didn't learn from MBAs. We learned from people who had doctorates in common sense. Guys like Vinny Stelio, who taught us how to drive heavy equipment, operate tractors and chainsaws, who worked his way through the ranks to become a trusted advisor of my father. It's why we're the only children of billionaires as comfortable in a D10 Caterpillar as we are in our own cars. My father knew that those were the guys and gals that would teach us the dignity of hard work from a very young age. He knows that at the heart of the American dream is the idea that whoever we are, wherever we're from, we can get ahead, where everyone can prosper together. The other party also tells us they believe in the American dream. They say we should worry about economic inequality and immobility. You know what? They're right. But they don't tell you that it was their policies that caused the problem, and it was their policies that have no accountability. They gave us the worst immigration system in the world, one that imports immobility, one that drives down employment and wages for Hispanic Americans, for African Americans, and for everyone. An immigration system that favors illegals over those trying to go through the process legally. And at times, even over law-abiding citizens. It was Bernie Sanders himself who warned that a large tide of new workers keeps wages low and poverty high. The other party gave us public schools that far too often fail our students, especially those who have no options. Growing up, my siblings and I, we were truly fortunate to have choices and options that others don't have. We want all Americans to have those same opportunities. Our schools used to be an elevator to the middle class. Now they're stalled on the ground floor. They're like Soviet-era department stores that are run for the benefit of the clerks and not the customers, for the teachers and the administrators and not the students. You know why other countries do better on K through 12? They let parents choose where to send their own children to school. That's called competition. It's called the free market. And it's what the other party fears. They fear it because they're more concerned about protecting the jobs of tenured teachers than serving the students in desperate need of a good education. They want to run everything top down from Washington. They tell us they're the experts and they know what's best. The other party gave us a regulatory state on steroids. Dodd-Frank was 1,000 pages long, and it's already spun off 22,000 pages in regulations. Imagine trying to digest all that before you even open your doors for business. That doesn't help consumers. What it does is destroy small business in favor of big businesses who can afford the vast number of lawyers and accountants needed to comply. Dodd-Frank is consumer protection for billionaires. We've produced the thickest network of patronage and influence of any country at any time in world history. It's composed of the self-satisfied people at the top, our new aristocrats. We can't live that way any longer. It's too risky. Let me talk a little bit about risks. The other party is the party of risk. I've spent many time with many great Americans who have served this country in the military, and they know what's at stake. When we have weak leaders in positions of power, Americans risking their lives for our freedoms are less safe. You know, almost daily I get a call or a text from a real American hero. His name's Mark Geist, and I'm proud to call him a friend. Mark was part of the security team at the annex on our grounds of the consulate in Benghazi. Mark was one of the men who received frantic phone calls from his buddies at the compound. Calls that pleaded for help. Calls that he and his team tried to answer. But calls that didn't save all his friends. Because Secretary Clinton's State Department had ignored their requests for help, both on the night in question and even in the weeks and months leading up to the attack. It was a tragedy, and one that would be repeated were she to win the election. Ask Mark, who's fit to lead? Who has the judgment to lead? Who will take that call at 3 o'clock in the morning yet? You know, or better yet, ask yourselves, if you were in Mark's shoes that night, who would you rather call? Let me tell you something about risk. If Hillary Clinton were elected, she'd be the first president who couldn't pass a basic background check. It's incredible. Hillary Clinton is a risk Americans can't afford to take. She says she'll issue executive orders to take away Americans' guns. She wants to appoint judges who will abolish the Second Amendment. Okay. Just look at how effective those laws have been in inner city Chicago. A city with the toughest gun laws in our nation, where 70 people were murdered last month alone, and where over 3,400 American lives have been lost since this administration took office in 2009. You know why those laws fail? Because criminals, by definition, don't follow laws. Rather than prosecuting real criminals, she would strip hard-working, law-abiding citizens of their rights to protect themselves and their families. She'll throw every possible obstacle in the path of safe, reliable, affordable energy produced in America, by Americans, for American businesses and families. Rather than being energy independent, our country will be forced to remain beholden to her buddies in the Middle East. Those are risks we can't afford to take. And when we win, we're not going to have to. There's so much work to do. We will not accept the current state of our country because it's too hard to change. That's not the America I know. We're going to unleash the creative spirit and energy of all Americans. We're going to make our schools the best in the world for every single American of every single ethnicity and background. We're going to put Americans first. All Americans. Not a special class of crony elites at the top of the heap. We're going to elect a president who will work with everyone to pass legislation that will make our country great again. A president who will give us a tax code that will free the American economy and end special loopholes for the wealthy. A president who will give us an immigration law that protects American citizens and gives them jobs. A president who will repeal and replace Obamacare without leaving our most vulnerable citizens without health care, and who will do it without destroying Medicare for seniors, as Hillary Clinton has proposed. A president who knows we can't simply delete our problems, but that we have to tackle them head on. A president who won't allow PC culture to put the safety and well-being of our children and our loved ones at stake. A president who won't bow and pander to nations that shudder at the very thought of America's existence. A president more concerned with the safety and comfort of his fellow Americans than the feelings of those hostile nations abroad who, if given the option, would wipe America off the face of this earth. A president not beholden to special interests, foreign and domestic, and one who funded his entire primary run out of his own pocket just to prove it. A president who will secure and defend the borders of the United States and who will appoint judges who believe that freedom requires a limited government. A president who won't use the highest office in the land as a path to personal enrichment. A president who's actually created real jobs, who has actually signed the front of a paycheck, and who doesn't just talk about it in theory. A president who has real people's families and livelihoods dependent on his success and the success of his company for decades. A president who speaks his mind, and not just when it behooves him to do so. Who doesn't have to run a focus group or use data analytics to be able to form a simple opinion. Who says what needs to be said and not just what you want to hear. A president who will unleash the greatness in our nation and in all of us, who will give the hard-working men and women who built this great country a voice once again. That president can only be my mentor, my best friend, my father, Donald Trump. And when we elect him, we'll have done all that. We'll have made America great again, greater than ever before. Thank you, and God bless.
Please welcome the Senator from West Virginia, Shelley Moore Capito.
Good evening. Let me start out with a question. Are there any mountaineers in the audience tonight? I'm Shelley Moore Capito, the first woman ever elected to serve the state of West Virginia in the United States Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, we face challenging times. Times in which we as leaders must ask, how can we secure a future that's brighter for our next generation? That's always the challenge of leadership. And this election is no different. But with every challenge comes great opportunity. And that opportunity is what I would like to speak to you about tonight. Let me first tell you where I come from, the Mountain State. I'm a lifelong West Virginian, and with our tight-knit communities, I always say, our state is just one big, small town. That's never been more evident than in the past month as West Virginia was ravished by flooding that upended our communities, displaced our families, and claimed 23 lives. As I traveled the flood zones, I was inspired by people who, despite losing everything, sought ways to help and serve others. The stories are so tragic, yet so uplifting, and I am so proud of my state. In their jobs and communities, West Virginians work hard every day and deliver results. And in turn, they expect our country's leaders to do the same. The constant refrain I hear back home is, stop the bickering, improve the economy, and fight for our jobs. And let me tell you something, they're right. The greatest obstacle for West Virginia families and families across America over the past 8 years has been a president that places left-wing priorities and campaign promises over their livelihoods. President Obama has hurt the heart and soul of my state, our proud coal miners in the communities where they live and work and pursue their happiness. His policies have ripped through the heartland, creating a cycle of pessimism and disgust. People around the country feel the Obama administration has kicked them to the curb with a callousness that's damaged their ability to trust and respect government. In 2008, President Obama famously said, if someone wants to build a coal-powered plant, they can. It's just that it will bankrupt them. Well, 8 years later, it's safe to say his actions have matched his words. But he's never realized that when you bankrupt a coal company, you deprive communities of their livelihood. His recklessness has cost more than 60,000 coal workers their jobs since 2011. That's 60,000 families that are now without work, without a paycheck, and without many options. Well, not to be outdone, Hillary Clinton has already promised to put a lot of coal miners and coal companies out of business. She wants to put 1,000 more Americans out of work. She has promised to devastate communities and families across coal country. When I think about Hillary Clinton's pursuit of an anti-coal agenda, you know what I think about? I think about that miner who wakes up before dawn every day to go to a 10-hour shift. I think about that bus driver who drives the miners' children to school. I think about the nurse who cares for our retired miners. And I think about the hundreds of coal equipment distributors. I weep for the fabric of my state. I weep for the fabric of my state. These men and women take pride in their highly skilled and good-paying jobs that provide for their families and support their communities. They work tirelessly to power America. West Virginia workers are the backbone of this economy. And Hillary Clinton is promising to put them out of work? Now, we shouldn't be surprised by this, because Hillary Clinton understands coal miners and blue-collar workers about as well as she understands secure email. A day in the life of a coal miner and a day in the life of Hillary Clinton could not be more different. For over 25 years, she's thrived in a world where the rules bend to her. Recently, we learned she showed extreme carelessness with our nation's secrets. For others, the consequences of misusing classified information have been swift and serious, but not for Hillary Clinton. Since the end of her husband's administration, she's profited from closed-door speeches with fees that would buy several houses in the state of West Virginia. Not only is she out of touch, her attempts to reach out to the American people often reveal how distorted her vision has become. But what I find most troubling is that Hillary Clinton fails to recognize that her calculated policies affect real people. Those who want to feed their families, own homes, pay for college, pursue the American dream. These goals should not and cannot fall out of reach. You may remember when President Obama arrogantly proclaimed that he would slow the rise of the oceans and heal our planet. So what did he do? He introduced and implemented sweeping environmental regulations without Congress's approval and without any consideration for the economy. These unilateral actions are ill-informed and, quite frankly, unconstitutional. Right now, the burden of government regulations in this country amounts to $15,000 a household. So let me ask you a question, a couple questions. Are you ready? All right. Is burdening every household in America with a cost of $15,000 worth more applause lines at campaign rallies? Is burdening every household in America with a cost of $15,000 worth more campaign cash? Is burdening every household in America with a cost of $15,000 worth a few more one-liners? Well, I couldn't agree with you more. And I'm sure you agree with me about the importance of this election. One of the reasons this election is so important is because the Democrats have nominated a candidate that Americans overwhelmingly distrust. You know what? She's earned this reputation. Her term at the State Department was shrouded in scandal and mistrust. Just a few weeks ago, FBI Director said that Secretary Clinton was negligent. He questioned her judgment and revealed countless ways she has misled the American people. We know that the cornerstone of our global leadership is not just our awesome military, it's not just our economic power, but it's our credibility. She has squandered Americans' trust. And thankfully, the latest misdeed hasn't slipped past the attention of the American people. Recent polls show that voters' distrust of Hillary was deteriorating her support. So it does come down to trust. She can't be trusted with classified information or trusted to play by the same rules that you and I play by. And without trust, we cannot feel safe and we cannot thrive. No one who has lost the trust of the American people should ever serve as our president. The only thing we can trust Hillary to do is to double down on the same failed Obama policies that are hurting Americans that I just described. We know she will double down on an economic agenda that's led to the lowest workforce participation in decades. We know that she will double down on the war on coal. We know that she will double down on Obamacare. We know that she will double down on far-left Supreme Court nominees. We know that she will double down on the catastrophic foreign policy that she herself has orchestrated. The contrast between our vision for the future and that of Hillary Clinton is clear. Now is the time to turn the tide. Are you with me? Let's turn the tide so that unelected bureaucrats no longer mandate regulations that are disconnected from the realities of working Americans. Let's turn the tide from an executive who promotes a radical environmental agenda that raises the cost across this country. Let's turn the tide from a Washington that tells us who our doctors are and delivers a lower quality of care. Let's turn the tide to a government that respects the Constitution and protects jobs and the way of life of rural America. This is not out of reach. We can make these visions a reality. This week, we'll officially nominate a candidate who received the most primary votes in the history of our party. A candidate who understands how to create jobs and grow the economy. Our party wants to allow businesses to create jobs, not regulate jobs out of existence. Our party understands the free market and doesn't try to control it. Our party stands up for hard-working Americans like my hard-working West Virginia coal miners. Our party will strengthen our military to face growing threats. We must carry this momentum to elect Donald Trump, who speaks directly to Americans who have been devastated by the Obama administration. West Virginians know he understands their problems, shares their concerns, and by golly is going to do things much differently. The American people know that Hillary Clinton has forfeited her trust and has broken her bond with working Americans. So let's commit tonight to bringing our country together. In the months ahead, the stakes are both clear and high. Take this energy from this convention back to your state, back to your home, and work to elect Donald Trump, who will make America great again. Thank you.
Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ben Carson.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Don't eat up my time. Thank you. I want to thank you all for that very warm welcome. I have to start out by saying one very important thing. I'm not politically correct. And I hate political correctness because it's antithetical to the founding principles of this country. And the secular progressives use it to make people sit down and shut up while they change everything. It's time for us to stand up and shout out about what we believe in. You know, I devoted my career to studying and operating on the human brain. This remarkable organ defines our humanity. It gives us the ability to not only feel and observe, but to reason. When we elect a president, we need to use that power of reasoning to look at their history, their character, what kind of people they really are. It makes all the difference in the world for us. And it is going to be so critical right now. We must resist the temptation to take the easy way out and to passively accept what is fed to us by the politically elite and the media, because they don't know what they're talking about, but they have an agenda. Now, we must also be weary of the narrative that's being advanced by some in our own party. The notion that a Hillary Clinton administration wouldn't be that bad, the effects would only be temporary. You know, that it would only last for 4 and at most 8 years. they're not using their God-given brain to think about what they're saying, because it won't be for 8 years, because she will be appointing people who will have an effect on us for generations, and America may never recover from that. That's what we have to be thinking about. You know, interestingly enough, we have to start thinking about what would Hillary Clinton do if she was in fact the president. She would appoint Supreme Court justices, she would appoint federal judges, and that would have a deleterious effect on what happens for generations to come. Not only that, but she would continue with a system that denigrates the education of our young people, puts them in a place where they're never going to be able to get a job, where they're always going to be dependent, and where they can therefore be cultivated for their votes. This is not what America is all about, this kind of deception. And this is what we, the people, have the necessary obligation to fight. Now, one of the things that I have learned about Hillary Clinton is that one of her heroes, her mentors, was Saul Alinsky. And her senior thesis was about Saul Alinsky. This was someone that she greatly admired and that affected all of her philosophies subsequently. Now, interestingly enough, let me tell you something about Saul Alinsky. He wrote a book called Rules for Radicals. On the dedication page, it acknowledges Lucifer, the original radical who gained his own kingdom. Now, think about that. This is a nation where our founding document, the Declaration of Independence, talks about certain inalienable rights that come from our Creator. This is a nation where our Pledge of Allegiance says we are one nation under God. This is a nation. This is a nation where every coin in our pocket and every bill in our wallet says, "In God we trust." So are we willing to elect someone as president who has as their role model somebody who acknowledges Lucifer? Think about that. The secular progressive agenda is antithetical to the principles of the founding of this nation. And if we continue to allow them to take God out of our lives, God will remove himself from us. We will not be blessed, and our nation will go down the tubes. And we will be responsible for that. We don't want that to happen. Now, Donald Trump, he understands this very well. He understands that the blessings of this nation come with the responsibility to ensure that they are available to all, not just the privileged few. This is exemplified by his willingness to take on the establishment against all odds. It is evident in his passion for the American worker. It is found in his desire to put his considerable skills to work on behalf of American interests, not his self-interest. I'm proud to support Donald Trump, an extraordinary businessman, the right leader for a time such as this. But you know what? It is not about Donald Trump. It is not about me. It is about we, the people. And Thomas Jefferson said that we would reach this point because we, the people, would not be paying attention, and it would allow the government to grow, to expand, and to metastasize, and to try to rule us. But he said, before we turn into something else, we, the people, would recognize what was going on, what we were about to lose, and we would rise up and we would take control of our nation. And I say now is the time for us to rise up and take America back.
Good evening. Many of you know me from one of your favorite soap operas, The Young and the Restless, The Bold and the Beautiful, and many other television shows and films. But since we only have one life to live, yes, I did have to throw that in there, I decided to follow other dreams. I'm now an avocado grower for all of you guacamole lovers. Yes, California avocados. I also run and operate my own design business. And with my husband, Gary, we just celebrated our 25th wedding anniversary. Gary and I are partners running a sport fishing business, retail operations, rental operations, and assorted other enterprises. Like millions of women across our nation, I have many responsibilities. And because we women have many roles in our lives, I'm offended when the media and the Democrats typecast us as single-issue voters. We take care of our families, work inside and outside the home, pay the bills, we manage the costs at home, take care of our parents, all focused on one thing: securing the future for our families. Like so many parents today, I have great concerns about the direction of our country and what it means for the future of my children. And I cannot let this election pass by without doing my part and helping get us back on the right track. That's why I am so grateful and honored to be here with you all tonight. When I look back at my grandparents, my mom and dad, I realize that so much of their lives were devoted to one goal: helping me, my sister Tammy, my brother Chris, have every opportunity to succeed. I was always told by my grandmother I could do anything I put my mind to, and I did. I worked very hard. We've started businesses that have succeeded and still do. And we've had ventures that have not. We have created jobs and even more tax dollars. We have worked 80-hour weeks and have gone without paychecks to keep our employees paid. This isn't unique to Gary and me. It is the story of every small business owner in America. I'm a member of California's Business Women for Trump. And we are comprised of farmers, doctors, small business owners, attorneys, and women in just about every field, profession, race, and ethnicity. Women for Trump. And we're concerned about out of control, unreasonable government regulations that needlessly add cost to doing business and tie us all up in red tape. And don't get me started about the bewildering tax code and high taxes to boot. This isn't true just for small businesses, but for farming as well. This past week, our business is confronting a problem caused by Obamacare. That's a shock, isn't it? And as a small business, we used to offer medical insurance to our employees. And for those who chose to be covered, we paid most of their premiums. And this quarter, we had several employees work over the 30-hour threshold set by Obamacare. And by the requirements of law, they must now sign up for one of the approved health care plans. And our younger employees, they don't understand why they're getting forced off of their previous plan, which was significantly more affordable and tailored to their needs. Most of our employees are college age and they're very healthy. Yet they're required to buy coverage that does not meet their needs and is too expensive for their wallets. One good thing, it's been a wake-up call to all of our young employees, and they are all voting Republican this year. One third of small businesses are owned by women. and to the 9.4 million women business owners who employ about 8 million workers, a value of about $1.5 trillion to our economy, I urge you to think about how important this election is for your future. Who do you think better understands your challenges and will stand with you fighting for a better economy and more opportunities? A career Washington insider who only knows how to use your tax dollars for more government jobs? And incidentally, ladies, in both then Senator Clinton's office and the Clinton Foundation, men have been paid better than women. Or a successful businessman who knows how to make a payroll, who understands the special challenges women business owners face, such as gaining access to needed capital, and who has an admirable record of hiring and promoting women in his businesses. You know, for a moment, I'd like to touch on an issue that Donald had spoken about from the beginning of his campaign: trade. As an actress and a farmer, boy, did you ever think those two would be in the same sentence, huh? Yeah. I've seen firsthand the impact of high taxes, over-regulation, and suspect trade deals. I have seen TV and movie productions move out of the country. If you were an A-lister like Leonardo DiCaprio or an owner of a studio producer, you were okay. But if you were a cameraman, a sound tech, a boom operator, or did any of the many jobs in production, you were just out of luck. And at the time, it didn't affect me. And I didn't understand what my local union boys were talking about. And now I do. And I'm sorry for not understanding the plight of these men and women who lost their livelihoods. And they did. And as an avocado grower, I face the impact of our trade policies. I've seen firsthand our domestic market flooded with imports that harmed local farmers and even drove some out of business. My neighbors who have raised this product for years are being forced to cut down their groves. I'll leave the decisions about trade policies and how you balance the many economic interests of our nation to others, but this much I do know. Donald Trump raised concerns on behalf of working people before the Washington elites did. He will make trade deals that benefit working men and women and their families right here in America. There's going to be a time, and I hope soon, for a woman president. And we have so many outstanding women in Congress and in our state and local governments who are ready for the job now or in the very near future. But let's be clear. The Democrats offer up a woman who, when she had a chance to stand up for women, did not do so. Instead, she attacked women, denigrated them, called them liars. And I personally know victims, and they find Hillary's actions and remarks repulsive. Her comments are comments of convenience only. And if we are to prosper as a nation, if we are going to grow the economy and create jobs, we need a leader who will go to Washington and shake things up. A president who will bring common sense regulations and eliminate unnecessary ones. Who will fix our tax system. Who will start us on the path to rebuild our infrastructure. We need someone who knows how to build things. who knows how to create jobs, and who knows how to negotiate. He's going to tackle problems head on, ladies and gentlemen, so we can have true progress. Now, since it was announced that I was speaking to you all tonight, I have been attacked in social media with all kinds of outrageous insults, none of which are even remotely true. The left wants to silence those they disagree with. In politics, on college campuses, and in business. This must stop, and I will not stand by idly. It is time we stood up for ourselves, for Donald Trump, and for our country. Donald is the most qualified man in America to turn things around in Washington and in our nation. So I ask you to join me and California's businesswomen for Trump in supporting America's best opportunity to return to greatness. Donald Trump, the next president of the United States. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome founder of American Muslims for Trump, Sajid Tarar.
Oh my God, so much energy. I can smell the success in the air. I feel the change. I see the spirit. And let's pray. Let's take some time. Let's pray for a strong America, for a safe America. And let's ask God to make us strong to fight terrorism all over the world. Join me in prayer. Oh God, our nation is in need of new leader, a commander who will guide America along a path of righteousness. We as Americans are ready for real hope, a change. And as for a tenacious leader who will be able to motivate this, the qualities of this leader must reflect the qualities required to uplift Americans and truly make America great again. Amen. Thank you. As Americans, it is our obligation to elect a leader who will guide us with justice, equality, and most importantly, integrity. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that we all have a piece of flesh in our bodies. If it is good, our whole is good. And if it's not, then the whole body is spoiled. It was written in Bukhari. From this, we can infer the role of our leader as a representative of United States of America. The values reflected by our leader must reflect the values that our forefathers set in stone at inception. We can only pray for such a leader in hopes that greatness will soon follow. And once again, God bless America, God bless you, God bless Donald Trump, and let's pray to get our country back. And God bless once again to all of you. Thank you so much.
Please welcome back Chairman Reince Priebus.
All right, the chairman recognizes a delegate from Illinois for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I am Demetra DeMonte from the great state of Illinois, the state of Lincoln, and the great state where Ronald Reagan came from. the great state of Illinois moves that the convention to now adjourn.
Thank you. The question now occurs on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Accordingly, the convention stands adjourned until 7:30 tomorrow p.m. Thank you.